That should be it. Yes, good. Yes. Hello. I don't stream like ever. So, okay. We good? Still can't hear anything? Should be working? No? Yeah, good. Okay. Music level. I can up or down the music. Can hear just fine. Great. Hi everyone, welcome. I am going to unfortunately have to manually add my microphone to another scene here. So hang on one second. Actually, maybe I'm already on this one, so I think we can still hear me here. Music's very quiet. Great. Music's no longer very quiet. Let me know if that's too loud. But yeah, hey everyone, thank you so much for joining. Please let me know in chat if there's anything I can do differently than what I'm doing sound-wise. Otherwise, we're going to get to work. So, welcome again. So, we are working on two sets of ROMs today from two different sources. So let me get my my dumping stuff off of the screen here real quick. Here we have oh, it's too loud. Great. I'll bump it down. Okay. Here we have ROMs that were from Sony ImageSoft. Now these came from a source that found multiple games that were already populated on PCBs from ImageSoft, and these were the loose ROMs that came along with them. All of them had no labels. I don't know if you could see in frame, there was one label clue that we had. Very exciting. Last Action Hero for the Game Gear. I know you've all been waiting for Last Action Hero on the Game Gear. And so there are 62 of these total that we'll be working on. There's 62 over here. Now, here's something very fun. Before the stream, I did some tests. By the way, go in the description. There's a Dropbox. We're dropping things in there. There's a spreadsheet where we're marking things as we go. I think Shadowhog just looked at the spreadsheet. I've tested 9 of these, the first 9, and these are all blank. So we're in a weird situation here where we do have to do our due diligence, I feel, and actually dump all 62 of these potentially blank ROMs. Let me make that slightly more enticing. So like I said, there were populated PCBs that were found in the same lot as these ROMs. And I have one here. This is a Famicom board. And some of you might know this game if you have been following us for a while. This is the second known copy of Super Sushi Pinball. So if you don't know Super Sushi Pinball, by God, look at the Christmas video I did a couple years ago about Super Sushi Pinball. But you can see why I was compelled to look at the 62 additional EEPROMs, which may or may not be blank. So good news, bad news. So the good news, though, is that all of these are the exact same part number, meaning that from a dumping perspective, I will be able to cram through these really quick. Now, again, ImageSoft is only part of what we're dealing with here. Oh, and by the way, Super Sushi was completely identical. I already did that one. So it is identical to the ROM that is already online. But in addition to ImageSoft, and if you look at the spreadsheet, there's a new tab for this. We have things from essentially Atari games. So Atari games went by Tengen. They kind of sort of became Time Warner Interactive. I'm not going to get into the logistics of all of that. But we have material here from essentially Tengen and Time Warner Interactive. So we have a handful of chips here, and then we have some PCBs as well. For the I don't know if there's any Jaguar fans in chat. There might actually be. I was gonna joke and say for the one Jaguar fan, but I don't know. Some people like this. We do have some Jaguar boards here from the Time Warner Interactive time. So 2 of them very clearly are Power Drive by Time Warner Interactive. And then 1 of these is unknown. Probably also Power Drive, to be honest, because Time Warner didn't do another game. We have, in addition to that, we have an NES cartridge here. And I'm not going to show you what it says on the EEPROMs yet, because that's a surprise. We have what appear to be some master ROMs for, I believe that's Gauntlet NES, and I don't know this product code, so I don't know what that game is. And then finally, this one's super interesting. Actually, I'm going to take this out of the bag too, because I've literally never seen this board before. This is a PC Engine board from inside of Tengen. So Tengen PC Engine board. So PC Engine, aka TurboGrafx. I'm pretty excited to see that one. So yes, to answer a question in chat, prg.bin is, yes, the one from the Atari set, the prg.bin that I dumped as a test. The reason that's in there is because it is the same part number as these ImageSoft blanks. And I just needed to make completely sure that my system was working, so I dumped an Atari ROM that was the same part number, and it dumped just fine. So 1 through 9 are absolutely blank. I guess question is, should we start with Atari and end with the blank ones? Should we continue doing blank ones until we hit pay dirt? Should I pop in a surprise that will keep people satiated for a little bit? I'm not quite sure how to proceed with these, or if it will be at all interesting to watch me dump 53 blank EEPROMs. There is actually, let me see the Dropbox really quick for those paying attention. Forget what I have in here. Okay, I'm now adding a 3rd blank folder to the Dropbox stream, which is Atari data. So I have no way of physically showing this, but we also have some Atari data that we recovered that's super interesting. So, okay, the consensus seems to be that we should continue dumping blanks. So that's what I'm going to do. 1 through, maybe I didn't do number 9. So here we go. Let's start with number 9. 6 and 7, you're saying to start with, they're already on the Dropbox. I did that during the test. So number 9. All right. Super Pro is up. Hex Editor is up. Let's kind of move windows around here. All right. You guys ready to see some blanks? Let's go. All right. So Chris Kohler, who some of you might know, did offer to come help me on the stream, which I thought was really nice. And then this morning I was like, hey, you ready to help out on the stream? Kind of help entertain the chat while I'm dumping. Like, he'd literally be here. We work in the same building. And Chris, very Chris-like, said, oh, no, actually, I'm going to an estate sale. So good luck at the estate sale, Chris Kohler. Number 9, blank. Okay. And I might have trouble keeping up with the chat as I go, but I will do my best. In fact, since you guys have access to the Dropbox, Can anyone be in charge, if I just kind of cram through these really quick, of letting me know if any are not blank? That would be stellar. Thank you. I'm just gonna dump blindly and cram through these as fast as I can. Maybe I'll check once every 5 or so. And then in addition to Chris Kohler going to an estate sale, I had 2 volunteers who were ready to go, who unfortunately had a private incident that involved them not really sleeping last night. So I'm down multiple volunteers at this point, so it's just me, unfortunately. Did I save that one? Great. For those who are just joining us, we have 2 sets of EPROMs that we're working on today. This first set is from Sony ImageSoft. The second set is from Atari Games / Time Warner Interactive / Tengen. And right now I'm working on the ImageSoft set, and unfortunately, and this is just this is just the realist thing with data preservation. Unfortunately, they all so far appear to be blank. Toastman Jack in chat congratulating us on our successful winter fundraiser. Thank you so much. I kind of thought that during the stream I'd have to keep hustling for donation money to meet that, and I am so, well, first of all, thankful that we raised the money that we did, but oh, did I already do 12? Oops. What happens when you chat too. But I'm really thankful that I don't have to hustle or put the donation link on the stream or like a meter or whatever. I can just continue dumping ROMs. So thank you so much for everyone who contributed to that, to everyone who shared, even if you couldn't financially contribute this year. Anyone who shared that we were raising was very appreciated. And we're really thankful to be able to do the kind of work we do, dumping blanks all day long like we are. So someone in chat saying LJN Legacy Collection. That's a funny one to say, considering that Limited Run is apparently reissuing Jaws on the NES, which is a choice one could make, I suppose. Just to be clear, we absolutely will have some interesting wins here. Maybe not in this ImageSoft set, but earlier I showed a Tengen NES cartridge, which I'll put on screen real quick. Oop, if I don't break it. And this cartridge has an unreleased game that is not online right now. So we'll get there, but first you got to go through the blanks. All right, where are we? 15. I'm going to get to 17, which is the bottom of my stack. And then, 12 to 14 are blanks. So let me know in chat. I might have missed it because I can't keep up on every message. Were any of these ImageSoft ROMs, meaning the numbered ones, not blank yet? So meaning 1 through, which will now be 16, were any of them not blank? I know the PRG.bin in there is not blank, because that one is from Atari. But are any of the ImageSoft ones? I don't know what the opposite of blank is. Is there any data on any of the ImageSoft ones? Please let me know. Sorry about the camera shake, by the way. That's literally my phone on a little arm. and I don't know how to have an angle where you see what I'm doing without it kind of also being in the way. This is 17. Someone was mentioning Married with Children on the NES. I can talk about that one for a minute. So I actually did try to look into Married with Children on the NES, which was an announced product by what were they called? Why can't I remember the name? ShareData. ShareData was a company in Phoenix that mostly did computer-based game show games. And they also had a home cartridge division called American Game Cartridges Incorporated. And AGCI, as they were called, did a handful of games like Chiller, if you know that one. It was a port of an Epix arcade game. And one of the announced products, they also did Wally Bear and the No Gang. And one of the announced products from them was Married with Children, the game. And it was announced for NES and for computers. Would have been DOS-based computers at the time. And actually, and you could find this in the VGHF digital library, there is one screenshot of Married with Children for the computer. It is a point-and-click adventure game. And in fact, it is a Scum clone. And this is before cloning Scum was cool. This is before Monkey Island came out. This is like cloning like Maniac Mansion, which was just kind of unheard of at the time. Like, people hadn't really grafted onto Scum as an interface yet. But this prototype demo thing of a Married with Children point-and-click adventure seems to maybe be the first Scum clone. And I find that fascinating. I did find one person who was at ShareData at the time who remembered the project. He confirmed that he had no idea why they announced an NES version. He absolutely was not working on Married with Children for the NES. And when I asked him about the computer version, his memory was that they had started it, they had done some test rooms, but they didn't really have much of a game design or anything like that. It had maybe not entered like formal production. And no, he didn't have any remnants of it. Unfortunately, honestly, most of the people who would have worked on Married with Children are dead. It's kind of an odd amount of deceased individuals who would have worked on that project. A lot of them, actually, there's a point-and-click Sherlock Holmes game for DOS or VGA DOS that I can't remember. The Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes, I think it was called. That actually is the game that the Married with Children team ended up making. Was that Sherlock Holmes game. They left ShareData, started a new studio, and that Sherlock Holmes game is built on top of a Married with Children prototype, which I find is really interesting. And again, that's the Wally Bear team. So the team that made Wally Bear and the No Gang made frankly rather beautiful looking Sherlock Holmes point and click adventure. The VGA art on that I think is pretty remarkable. So I have not, again, I can't read every message. I'm doing my best, but I've not seen anyone confirm that any of these chips have data. Is that accurate? Do we have any data yet in the numbered EPROMs? Oh, who was it that announced the Twin Peaks game? I can't remember. The Twin Peaks NES game. Might have been High Tech. Okay, we're on to 24 now. No data. So this is, again, just for those who are joining us, we do have more coming. There's absolutely data coming, including unreleased games, plural. But right now we are kind of doing our eating our vegetables before dessert, I guess. In that we have this lot of EPROMs from Sony ImageSoft that appear to all be blank, but wouldn't be doing our due diligence if we didn't at least attempt to read them all. The numbering on these, by the way, that's my own numbering. These all came unlabeled. Thank you, by the way, to my volunteer who is filling in the sheet. Please feel free to identify yourself in chat if you're here. Really appreciate that. I didn't leave myself space. There we go. But yeah, anyway, where I was going with that is that that's just how it is sometimes. You know, I think, oh, we have a poor pin contact on this one. Pin 27. Oh, I didn't mean to dump that. Let's see. All right, time to bust out the old toothbrush and clean the pins on this blank ROM. Incidentally, if someone wants to look at the prg .bin, that is clearly some NES program ROM from Tengen. I don't know if anyone's tried to compare against known ROMs or not on that one, but might be a good place to start. Okay, reading. Great, got it. Must have just been a little dust or something. 26. Mark, I'm glad you're I don't know, entertained. I'm glad you're enjoying just watching me put ROMs into this thing. I love this thing, by the way. This was donated years ago. This is a piece of equipment that, at least at that point in the Foundation's life, I would not have chosen to purchase because it's like $1,000. But yeah, someone had one of these they weren't using anymore, and offered to donate it, and it has been a godsend because there are cheaper, significantly cheaper USB EEPROM readers / writers, but the devices that they support, the device list is not nearly as long as this one, and in fact, on some EEPROMs, I want to say like 27Cs, which are super common with vintage video games, you actually had to like rewire one pin to another, and so it was just a pain in the butt. And I remember I did some weird stuff to dump 27Cs. Like, I remember we had some 27Cs on a Game Gear board, but there was no like Game Gear dumper that worked from the pin adapter. So I had to do some weird stuff in the olden times. Like for that Game Gear game, I put the Game Gear EEPROMs onto an NES prototype board and dumped it as an NES game, and then got the data off of there. So had to do all kinds of hacky stuff in the olden times before we were well funded. But yeah, thank God for this thing. This thing has been awesome. I don't remember which one I just did. What was that? 29. Sergeant Sega in chat saying that their holy grail is X Women on the Sega Genesis. That is very much up there for me. So that was being done by Clockwork Tortoise, the same studio that did The Adventures of Batman and Robin, which is just a work of art on the Sega Genesis. A little too hard, but it was actually being done by the same programmer as The Adventures of Batman and Robin, and I forget his name, but the version of the story, as I understand it, is that same programmer was lead on X-Women. X-Women being X-Men 3. It was X-Men, but it was the women in the cast. So it was like Rogue and Storm and Jean Grey. That same programmer was working on that. It kind of looked like Adventures of Batman and Robin with flying or something. The game never got finished, and he just kind of quit. And by quit, I mean he's quit making video games and went to run his family's tea shop in Ireland. So, I did find the producer of the game who once did an interview, and in that interview, he said that he had a copy, but it was broken, which in my experience is very unlikely. These things are pretty hardy. So I did find him, and I emailed him saying, hey, do you have that prototype you mentioned? Because I could probably actually retrieve the data for X-Women if you still have that. And he's like, oh no, it didn't work, so I threw it away. So our best chance is for Phil in chat to take a field trip to Ireland and find this guy and ask him where his dev stuff is. All right. But yeah, X-Women definitely a grail for me, because I think that that programmer was very, very gifted. Batman and Robin on the Genesis is incredible, and I'd like to see where he was going, because I just respect him as an artist. Someone else in chat mentioned Mother 3 on the 64. That's always my go-to. As far as like if I could just pick one, what would it be? Because that one is very much a known quantity where one second. Oh, lost my train of thought. There we go. Oh yeah, Mother 3 we know got fairly far. And we know that it's a game that is studied. You know what I mean? It's a known quantity in terms of games that we know would be used for a better historical understanding of video games. So that one, and also I just like Mother 3. Okay, no pin contact on pin 1. All right, you guys want to know why there's no pin contact on pin 1? It is because, focus, there's no pin 1. It's gone. So what we're going to do, we're going to go out of our way to to dump pin 1. And the way I'm going to do that is I've got a wire here. It's green. And I'm going to kind of hold it on the, where are you? I'm going to kind of hold it on the contact here and dump it like that. So questions in chat that a lot of people can ask, a lot of people can answer, I mean, is what have we dumped so far? We have dumped 33 blank EPROMs, but I promise there's real stuff coming. So we are starting with our batch that came from Sony ImageSoft that was promising because, as a reminder, that same batch had an unreleased NES game, Super Sushi Pinball. So we were hoping there was more interesting data here. So far, we are 33 for 33 that these EPROMs were blanked out at some point in time. So, in there. All right, we're clamped, and then I kind of, oh wait, you're not seeing that. We're clamped, there's a wire in there. I'm kind of holding it with my fingernail. Got it. When I dump all 62 blank EPROMs, will there be a parade? Oh, great. We have some data analysis of our one piece of data so far. So it's a variation of clacks for the Famicom. Interesting. So question for you, is the second half blank, or is it possibly like a larger version of clacks? And also just keep in mind there's several EPROMs coming, so we might have the graphics as well for that version of clacks. All right, on to 35. As a reminder, there are check the spreadsheet. There are 62 of these probably blank ImageSoft ROMs. So Ray Carrot in chat this is a good time to remind everyone. So everything that we're doing right now, these blanks, actually let me get HXD off the screen, we don't need that. These guys here, these are all EPROMs that came from ImageSoft. And they came unlabeled. They came in a lot that had several populated boards that had real prototypes on them, including Last Action Hero for the Game Gear. And these were just the loose ROMs. The PCBs are still with the gentleman who found them. The only unreleased game in that lot was Super Sushi Pinball for the NES, which I have here. I did dump this one prior to the stream, and this one is identical to the ROM that we looked at 2 years ago, I think it was, on Christmas. But is everything ImageSoft? Absolutely not. We have a second round of ROMs after this that I very much doubt are blank. These are from Tengen slash Atari Games slash they became Time Warner Interactive, which kind of became Midway. But there's absolutely data on these. Well, at least some of them, the ones I've looked at. And so we are expecting to get interesting stuff out of here. To tease and entice a little bit, we do have a Tengen cartridge with EPROMs here that does have a never dumped NES game on it. That's for dessert. But before we get to the Atari stuff, we need to get through this ImageSoft stuff and just make sure that there's nothing actually on here. So on to, did I save 35? Please tell me I saved 35. I did. On to 36. It's exactly right. We're eating our vegetables before we get to dessert. Okay. So comment in chat, hope Tengen Tetris is there. I don't, which might sound rude, but I don't, because we have already dumped 3 versions of Tengen Tetris in prototype form at the Foundation. We have a really good historical snapshot of that game's development. So I hope there's not another one in here, because if there is, it's almost certainly one of those same milestone builds that we already dumped. I would rather find new data. Okay. Put a little snake bean on the stream. There he is. Oh, you can't get a good view. Anyway. All of those Tengen Tetris builds are on the Hidden Palace wiki, and they have been for years at this point. Anagram in chat hoping for an awesome possum prototype. Let's see, what can I say about awesome possum? So something I've only kind of briefly alluded to is that in addition to this physical media, these ROMs, we do have some data to talk about. So good news and bad news. Good news is we have found some awesome possum related source data. The bad news is that it was deleted. So we were able to recover some partial source pieces from Awesome Possum, but nothing like buildable or prototypey. But it's something that we're still working on, because the data that we recovered is a mess. But I will be showing some things on the stream that are playable and interesting and not released. So let me see. I'm gonna do 40 as my last one for a minute, and then I will put our first actually interesting thing in the Dropbox. All right, how we doing? 40 blank EPROMs in 40 minutes. What's up? Couldn't have asked for a funnier beginning to the stream. What do we do with these old chips? Like, if anyone needs some Toshiba 57s, let me know, because I don't. So, okay. Give me 1 minute, patience, please, while I do an interesting little drop here. If you're in the Dropbox, I'm deleting the Atari data folder right now. Don't be alarmed. I'm deleting that because, yes, I am absolutely, by the way, YouTube official in chat. Am I sure the EEPROM reader is working? So the reason that there is a prg.bin currently in there is because I was so weirded out by all of these being blank that I got one of the exact same chip number out of the Atari stash, dumped it, and there was data. So I am 100% positive that these are actually blank so far. Anyway, where was I going? Oh yeah, I deleted the Atari data folder because all the Atari data we have is actually assembled ROMs. Let me pull up an emulator and add it as a scene. I should have probably done that before, but I stream approximately never, so I needed more time than I thought to set up. So let's add a window. Actually, let's make it smaller. Video. Okay. Please talk amongst yourselves while I blow your mind here. Okay. So let's just put this Game Gear in the corner here with this very broken screen, and let that see if it plays itself. But we have here from the deleted sectors of an Atari hard drive a golf game that no one has ever seen. The World of Sport Golf. I don't know if there's an auto demo that happens, so this might just be this guy on screen forever. It appears there is no auto demo, but I will drop this file into the Dropbox right now. The reason it's not there right now is because Windows Explorer has gotten very crashy on me lately. Okay, it is in there. Okay, so in the assembled ROMs directory, I have dropped the zip file for this. So we recovered quite a few Game Gear games, and most of them are final. But we recovered a lot of Game Gear data from Tengen. And we sent all that off to SMS Power, which is the website for Sega 8-bit preservation. So look forward to the SMS Power website for more on the World of Sport Golf. Back to dumping blanks while we stare at this guy. Can I hang on? Let me. Have I mapped buttons on here? Oh, there we go. Let's just look for a second. I don't know. Yeah, course 1. There we go. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that guy. So let's. Is this a button here? I don't know how to play this. Let's just leave that up. And then we'll, can we double the window? There we go. No, this is not the golf music. In fact, should I disable sound just in case? Anyway, back to blanks. Oh, I'm covering. Hang on. I'm covering the blanks. There we go. Where'd you go? There you are. Okay. If anyone in chat wants to go play the World of Sport Golf and give us a trip report, I'd appreciate that. But I'm going to cram through these ImageSoft ROMs. Once more, for those who have joined us late, we are dumping mystery prototype EPROMs from two sources. One of them is Sony ImageSoft. The other one is Atari Games, also known as Tengen and later Time Warner Interactive. And I think we have some stuff from both of those entities in here. This first round that we're doing are absolutely from Sony ImageSoft. The problem, though, is that there's 62 of them, and so far the first 42 have been blank. So they have been, and I assure you these were used. They had sticker residue on them. So I think these were wiped and then stored along with the prototype boards that were kept. Yeah, interesting. Interesting find, actually. The person who found them said that it was like, I don't remember if he literally said milk crate or if that's just like a hole that my brain filled in, but essentially a milk crate of ImageSoft development stuff walked into a Goodwill in Washington. And there were several working prototype PCBs, including the Super Sushi pinball I showed earlier, and these EEPROMs, which so far are blank. I had a bad pin read on this last one, so I'm just kind of giving it a quick toothbrushing. All right. So question in chat, what's the projected lifespan on an EEPROM? I think official specs wise would be something like 10 years. But I don't know that I've ever dumped an EEPROM that I actually felt confident had bit rot. Bit rot is what happens with age in theory. I've dumped EEPROMs as early as like 1978. And I've never come across one that looked damaged to me. Everything that's not had data like these seems to have been intentionally wiped. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't back these things up as soon as you can. But in my experience, these things are pretty hardy. The only time I've ever had issues with EEPROMs have been from poor storage, from like them being in like wet garages and the EEPROMs, the pins getting rusted. That's the only real issues I've had with EEPROMs. But other than that, especially with this device, which is awesome, and again was donated to us years ago, everything's worked fine. But don't quote me on that. Don't be like, well, Frank says you don't have to dump them because they'll last. Like, no, back up your data. I'm way more scared of CDRs than I am of EEPROMs, personally. Because CDRs, especially when they got cheap and you can get like, 100 of them from the Office Max for like $20, the quality really took a nosedive on CDRs. And so if you have personal data on CDRs, then back it up immediately. To answer a question in chat, yes, if there's more data on the chip, it does take longer to read, but not very long, though, as you can tell. Sales saying they could use the blank EEPROMs. Actually, we don't technically own these. These were loaned to us, but I don't have I can't imagine the person who loaned them to us actually needs them. So if there's actually a need, great. If I have to ship these, I have to package and ship them. I pretty much guarantee it's not going to happen. I am an extremely busy person. But if anyone's in the Bay Area and I have permission to give them away, happy to meet you at the office and hand them over if they're of use to someone. Oh, we have another missing pin on this guy. So For those who haven't seen it yet, you can kind of see it here. So this last pin on the lower right is gone. So what I do is I take a wire, metal wire like that, and I kind of stick it where the pin should be, clamp it shut, and then I make sure there's contact using my fingernail. And then read. Come on. Got it. This wasn't pin 1, John Raridan. This was pin whatever the last one is. I don't know how many pins are on these. I was not using staples to replace the pins. I was considering using a staple instead of the wire for doing what I'm doing right now. Oh, Hidden Palace in chat confirming their own experience with EPROMs. I appreciate that additional insight. Thank you. Again, it happens. It's not as bad as you might be led to believe. In fact, if there's any takeaway, it's that if you have game data on like a PCB that has EPROMs and the game doesn't boot, it's probably the PCB's fault, not the EPROMs, and we can still recover that data. In fact, I have done that multiple times. I've had multiple prototypes that don't boot, but once I popped the EPROMs off, they were fine. So if there's a lesson, don't be the ex-women guy and assume that your stuff's broken if it doesn't boot. The EPROMs are probably okay. Get them to an expert. Oh man, pin 32 is not behaving on this one. How much time am I going to spend? Serious question. How much time do I spend on something that is clearly blank, trying to get it to dump? Okay. All right. Let's try one more time. Pin 32, board contact. I'm going to do a quick alcohol rub down, and then I'm calling it. Alcohol, nylon brush, just so you know the process. It's just hard to keep it on camera and be useful. Do I have a Hellraiser ROM? Absolutely not. Hellraiser was being done at Color Dreams. I have heard different things about it, but everything I've heard suggests that at best it was like more of a tech demo and not a game. I don't think it ever entered serious production. But yeah, that's not one that, like, I think it's possible that okay, pin 32 is you know what, I'm gonna ignore it and dump it anyway, and I will bet you that we can tell that it's blank from what was there. So whoever is doing the spreadsheet for ROM 51, please note in the notes that pin 32 didn't make connection, but we dumped it anyway. Okay. And thank you, by the way, to any volunteers I have that are updating the spreadsheet. I'm really sorry that I'm not naming you by name. I honestly can't remember who I gave access to, and I'm a little scatterbrained trying to stay on top of all the things that I'm doing. So appreciate you and also apologize. All right, we're on 53. Home stretch, everyone. ImageSoft home stretch. Oh, this one's a little uneven somewhere. I see it. I don't know if anyone follows me on Blue Sky, but a few weeks ago I posted pictures of how bad these pins were when I got them. They look like dead cockroaches. I spent so long straightening these pins as best I could, and lol, they're all blank. That was like 3 days in the office that I spent straightening pins on blank EPROMs. Oh, actually, to the person who was asking about reusing these, man, I wouldn't. I don't know if you're gonna get these pins into anything, because they're not even. You'd be way better off just sourcing new ones than you would be reusing these. 54. Yeah, sell the blank ones as mementos of our time together. Saying I can autograph them. These are hand numbered by me. That's basically an autograph. That's a Frank 55. Yeah, these are authentic Sony ImageSoft blank ROMs. You guys, Last Action Hero for the Game Gear might have been on one of these. Can you imagine owning that piece of history? Ethan saying that he'll never ask for my autograph. I appreciate that. That used to be really weird for me, but I kind of got over it. It's still a little surprising to me when it happens. Let me be clear, it does not happen very often. And autograph seekers, 100% exclusive to retro video game shows. It's not like anyone has approached me in like I was gonna call the real world the neutral zone. So anything outside of a retro game convention is the neutral zone. No one's ever approached me in the neutral zone and asked for an autograph. So, all right, let's see. 57. Someone do a sanity check and make sure I didn't miss any. And let me know if so. It should be everything up to 57 so far. Someone at Long Island Retro opened a new in-box AV Famicom and asked me to autograph it. That one was weird to me. It wasn't, I'm not judging him. It's just like I don't understand because I had nothing to do with the Famicom. But that was maybe, I don't know. I felt weird about that one just because I didn't feel weird that he wanted my autograph. I didn't feel weird that necessarily that it was on an AV Famicom. I felt weird that I was defacing, a really nice AV Famicom. Actually, yeah. So in chat saying if you get a copy of Excavator, yeah, I'd be happy to sign Excavator. I actually am really happy, straight up, when people ask me to autograph something I actually worked on. So like people have had me autograph copies of Mega Man Legacy Collection, which I was the producer, designer, whatever. There were three of us who worked on that game. I was everything that wasn't programmer. So that makes sense to me, and I'm happy to do that. And oh, that's true. I did sign I signed an Atari 50 saying didn't work on this one. But if you want me to be really happy with an autograph request, it's actually if you bring me SNK 40th Anniversary Collection, because that one is like actually my baby. I'm really proud of that one, and it's not one that I hear about too often. But that one I'm always happy to sign. This glass case here, by the way, I don't want to stop the stream to show it, but when we shipped Mega Man Legacy Collection, at first it was meant to be like a cheap digital only game, but then, and it was us at it was Other Ocean at the time. We were working directly with Capcom USA on that project, and it was meant to be like a $15 digital only thing, back at the time when like smaller digital only games were a thing, and it was like halfway through production that Japan kind of looked at it and went, wait, these guys are doing something cool, and they decided, at that time before we were done, that they wanted to also do a physical release, which, and this is like 2015, I think. Physical versions of digital games was still kind of weird at the time. So I figured that would be the only physical video game I ever worked on, because I did quite a few digital only ones. And so I knew I'd never have like the bookshelf of my games that I worked on behind me. I figured that would be the only physical one. So I collected like every piece of swag I'm aware of for Mega Man Legacy Collection. I pre-ordered my own game from Japan like 5 times. I have the Mega Man Legacy Collection back there. There's also an Easter egg in the background that no one's caught yet. Okay. That is it for ImageSoft. Are we done with ImageSoft? Is it absolutely blank? I'm going to take a water break while someone confirms to me that literally all 62 are blank. Oh. But yeah, on Mega Man Legacy, I was the producer, director, whatever. I did all the screen layout, stuff like that. Like, it was a really small team. It was me and programmer Kevin Wilson at Digital Eclipse, and we had help toward the end by Keith Kaisershot, who is actually also in the sort of retro preservation community. He's great. But it was just the 3 of us. We did that one. Capcom sold 1.5 million copies of it, and instead of giving us the sequel, they said, thanks, chumps, and did the sequels in-house. So, I would have loved to have kept working on Mega Man Legacy Collection. I think the second one that we had in mind would have been really cool. But them's the breaks. Okay, so we are done with ImageSoft. I'm assuming, yep, just got confirmation from Red Racks, thank you, that all 62 are blank. Now, let's switch camera angles. Let's mix it up here. Hi, I'm bigger now. So we, as I said at the top of the show, that set's from ImageSoft. That set was entirely blank. That's how it goes. I'm not going to apologize. This is a learning moment. I think people, when they think about video game prototype ROMs, I think the thing that most people do is they jump to assumptions that there's going to be cool unreleased content when 95% of them are final or near final games that came out, and the rest of the 5 are like slightly interesting builds and final and sorry, I already said final, some unreleased and stuff like that, like blanks. So learning moment. So that's just how it goes. But as I said earlier, we do have some ROMs here from Tengen, and in fact, let me go ahead and let's do another drop. Hang on. All right, give me a moment while I do some OBS manipulation here. 1 second. Where are you? That one, great. Golf's gone. I'm sorry. But we have something that may be better. All right. I didn't catch who it was in chat, but someone found the Easter egg in the background. The only thing in the background that wasn't Mega Man was this box flat for Police Academy, the video game for the Nintendo Entertainment System, by Tengen, which again is a company that we're working on stuff with. And look at that! Look at that! Look what we got. We have Police Academy on a prototype cartridge, game that never came out, and well, here it is. Super early demo of this game from November 30th, 1990. And I do not have my controller mapped, apparently, just the start button. But you know what? We'll just let that go. Because now here's the thing. So let me see if I can explain this. This demo, November 30th, 1990, okay? It is this one level. That is, oh god, I don't remember his stupid character name. Hightower. So this is meant to be Hightower, that you're playing as in level 1, as a bird poops on your head. So this is from November 30th. Now, during the Consumer Electronics Show that January, there was a demonstration of Police Academy. We do have photographs from CES, and it shows that the demo... oh wait, sorry, is it not showing the game? Oh wait, it is. Sorry, I'm way behind on my preview. Ignore what I just said. November 30th is this demo. January, they were at CES. It's the same level, but we can clearly see that they have since added a graphical title screen. and they have fixed at least one bug, which is that this guy's skin is not supposed to be yellow; it's supposed to be brown. Like Hightower is he's black. The character actor who plays him is a black man. So they fixed that in time for CES. We don't have that, but I mentioned earlier that we have some Tengen data. We actually have source code from Police Academy NES from February, so about a month after CES. Okay, give me 1 second to do something real quick here. So, we got some help from I don't know if Yazor's in the chat, but good news. We got the Police Academy source code from 3 months after this, almost 3 months after this, buildable, and we built the ROM. So we have a version of Police Academy that's fairly significantly later than this. Great. Now, where are you? Okay, so I will load that new one. It's in a trash state. So the character, it's like the skeleton of a second level of Police Academy. Let me map my controller really quick, and then I'll show you just how bad this is. Yeah, so we don't even have animation yet. It is just in a complete trash state. Which, by the way, if you've ever done game development, is just the realest thing, man. Like, between milestones that you actually show people, you have trash. So this is in a state where they're just starting to work on a second level starring, that's Tackleberry, by the way, a second level with Tackleberry. But it's just not in a good state during this snapshot. So the thing is, though, as I'm looking through the source, as I'm looking through the art, as I'm looking through all of it, I believe that the content from CES, so the cleaned up version of the November 30th prototype that we have, I think that content's in there. I think it's just in code. It's skipping past the title screen in level 1 to get immediately to testing the level 2 that they were working on. So where do we go from here? Well, what I'd like to do is what I'm doing right now, which is that in the root folder of the Dropbox that's in the description, I'm going to just, where we are, I'm going to throw a zip file. It's uploading right now. It is called Police Academy NES.zip. It has the complete source code. It has a batch file that builds that source code into a .nes file. And I leave it to you, the world, to see if you can maybe take that source and revert this build back to something like it was at CES with the intact title screen and the polished first level. So it's in there, it's buildable. I don't know 6502 assembly at all. I tried to get the reset mode to go into the attract mode, which should be the title screen, and I just broke everything, so I'm hands off. But if anyone out there wants to get their hands dirty with vintage Tengen source code, it's all in there and buildable and ready to go. So everyone go fix Police Academy. All right, so should we leave this trash build on screen? Is that what we're doing? I guess I could put no, let's just leave it on screen, because again, I think this is much like the blank chips, I think this is a learning moment, which is like, again, I'll just repeat myself from earlier. In game development, if you're between milestones, if you're between things you need people to see, there's nothing stopping you from just making a disaster out of your game for the sake of testing. And I think it's like I said, just kind of the realest thing to see that that's the state of Police Academy in this moment. Yeah, something else that I'll note if you're gonna play in there, we also found there's a folder in there, and this is all in the README, by the way. There's a folder in there with the tools needed to view Tengen's RAD format, which someone just in chat just now is saying the RAD format is the art. There's a little bit more art than is in this ROM, or at least accessible in the ROM. So, for example, Tackleberry here has frames of animation, despite the state of this build being that he doesn't use them. Those frames are in there. Some sketchy tiles for the background of this level are kind of in there as well. Dog food build. I like that term. I love that term. But anyway, go nuts. Maybe even like hook the end of level 2 to the beginning. Sorry, the end of level 1 to the beginning of level 2. Something like that might be cool. Yeah, have at it. That RAD tool in there will let you see the art. If you stop talking about Hellraiser, no one has Hellraiser. Where was I going with that? Yeah, the RAD tool will let you see the art, and some of the art's not in here, and you might have a sort of a view of where the game was going. Someone asking about the source of the source. So we were given access to some Atari data that a collector had on a hard drive, essentially, and so that's where this Police Academy source came from. So anyway, get to work. NES assemble. I'm going to get to work dumping ROMs. So at this point, things are going to get more interesting, but also get a little slower. The reason being that when I was in ImageSoft land, every chip was the exact same part, so I didn't have to adjust settings ever. But now that I'm in Atari land, I do need to occasionally change the part name in my ROM dumper. But let's get to work, and let's just leave T-Pose Tackleberry, the NES equivalent of T-Pose, on the screen as we get back to work. All right, so ImageSoft. So first ROM. Oh, actually, I did dump some of these previously as a test. So let me find that. Okay, so if you're following along in the spreadsheets, the next ROM in our stream is Pop IC1 followed by Pop IC2. I actually did dump those as a test, so I'm just going to throw them in right now. I did not assemble these, but I will tell you as a fact that this is Prince of Persia on the Sega Genesis. I don't know if it's different. I will leave that to other people to figure out. All right. Next build is, it looks to me like it says PC32X. It's tempting to think that might be a Sega 32X related thing. Don't know. Well, I was about to say we'll find out together, but maybe we never will. All right, so I need to change the device settings to be D27C020. That should do it. Okay. Come on. Oh, doesn't like pin 30. I just saw the spreadsheet get updated, by the way. Thank you to whoever's doing that. Question is, how does this dumper work? So this device is for reading and writing to IC chips, in this case EPROMs, well, it just does what I said. The way it works, though, from a user perspective, is that I have to know things like the actual part number, which is very blurry on there, but I know what it is. It's on the spreadsheet. It's a D27C. And I need to tell the software exactly what chip it is so that it knows how to read and or write it. Okay, pin 30 is still being a pain. So I'm going to scrub with alcohol now. Oh, that's a good point. I think Time Warner did do Primal Rage on the 32X, because Time Warner did Primal Rage on absolutely everything. It must have been a really clean code base for them to have done that. You can't really see, but just so you know, I'm scrubbing the pins right now with some isopropyl alcohol and a nylon brush. Question, any chance of finding Atari Panther games? Probably not in here. These are from Atari Games. Atari Panther was Atari Core. So this is something I've only recently wrapped my head around. Wow, it's still having an issue with pin 30. So these are from Atari Games. So in the 80s, 84 I think it was, Jack Tramiel, Warner Brothers owned Atari, the original Atari, and they were losing a lot of money in home video games, and home, like, consumer product, let's just put it that way. But they were still satisfied with their arcade games. So Warner Brothers sold the consumer part, meaning like the home consoles, the computers, etc., to Jack. I've heard Tremel and Tramiel, but you'll know who I'm talking about. Like, he's the one who bought the consumer stuff, but Warner kept the coin-op division and kept it around and named it Atari Games. But for the sake of not confusing anyone, lol, I'm already confused. They still getting okay. They went by Tengen when making home console stuff. Okay. Whoever's working on the spreadsheet, I'm just going to say this. So PC32X, it says it's not connecting to pin 30. I'm not seeing anything wrong. And I've cleaned it about as good as I can. I'm going to try one more thing, which is that I'm going to literally, like an eraser, sometimes get some grime on it. I'm not seeing any grime, though. So what I think I'm going to end up doing is just making a bad dump so that we can examine something. And, it might be like, oh, turns out this is trash, just don't even bother. But I'm going to make a bad dump. And maybe just in the notes on the spreadsheet, just note that bad dump pin 30 couldn't be read. Yeah, I'm just going to have to do that. And in fact, I'll even put it in the file name. That is PC32X. All right. On to Pit Game Boy, which is going to be a Pit Fighter for the Game Boy. I know you're all excited for Pit Fighter on the Game Boy. Poor pin contact number 30. That's interesting. Okay. Let's see. Oh, am I reading it as the wrong chip? Is that the problem? Interesting. Okay, let's re-examine this. So, I'm so glad someone in chat is knowing what I'm doing is wrong. Okay, so, I have. Let's see. So D27C0. Oh, heh. Do I have the wrong part number on this one? I do. It's a 010. I had it wrong. That should be it. Okay, I'm going back to the 32X one. Yeah, this happens. Okay. PC 32X. Take 2. Read. Says all of. Oh wait, that was my fault. Retry. Okay, we got it. We got it. PC 32X is correct now. I'm going to put good dump in parentheses on that one. All right. Now I'll keep the bad dump in the Dropbox for the memories, you know? I'm going to sell an NFT of the bad dump of PC 32X. Okay. All right. Pit Fighter Game Boy take 2. Beep. All right, that is a big relief. Okay. I'm not gonna put. Well, I don't know. Should I put Pit Fighter for the Game Boy on screen? Is there demand for Pit Fighter on the Game Boy? Let's do it. Come on, I know I have a Game Boy emulator on here somewhere. Come on. There we go. All right. Video. Let's do 3x. And then rename to .gb. Yes, I'm sure. Yeah, dude. Okay. And then window capture. All the best games. Let's go. Okay. Oh, that looks broken. That doesn't look right. Yeah, let's do it. This ROM looked clean to me. The dump looked right. So don't know what to tell you. I'm happy to do a redump, and maybe I should. Let's just do a quick redump and just make sure that it matches. Okay. Where'd you go? There you are. I agree with whoever said, yep, looks like Pit Fighter. Yeah, just change the name to Good Dump. Alright, hang on. I'm just going to do a quick hex compare to make sure I got the same dump twice. I'm not going to bother putting it on screen, so hold on. Okay, the two dumps were identical, so I feel confident that unless I got settings wrong, which I don't think I did, we got it We got it read, and that's just what's on there. That's true, actually. Mega Johnny makes a good point, which is maybe it needs extra hardware on the prototype board. That did happen in the Tengen NES days, actually. Wait, I want to tell a story about Disc Dude, because people know what Disc Dude is here. When at Digital Eclipse we were developing, which one was it? I think it was SNK 40th. You know, before we got the official ROMs, we were doing placeholders, using stuff downloaded from the internet. And I wasn't kind of paying attention, and so the programmer who was working on that project got the placeholder ROMs for, you know, whatever the NES games were that we were doing, and it was, you know, kind of, I don't know, 20% through development. It was working and stuff, and I kind of hit the point where it was like, okay, time to validate that we have the correct data. And I looked, and, you know, I think it was maybe Akari Warriors or something. His placeholder was the Disc Dude version of whatever the game was, and it was like, I thought these were wiped from existence. Where did you find a Disc Dude dump of this game? It's incredible. So this is a Texas Instruments 27 C010A. No. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. So Disc Dude is alive and well on some hard drives, I guess. All right, we are now on T01. Obviously, these numbered ones were numbered by me. There were just no stickers on these when they came. Where are we? No, it was Image Soft. There we go. Wonder where Disc Dude is these days. Alright, on to T2. Get in there. Wait, was TO1 blank, really? No. Hang on. Really? Hang on now. Let's just close all those. There we go. Raw dumps. 01 is blank. 02 is blank. You gotta be kidding me. Well, that's just the way it is. Let me just TMS 27C. If it's like all F's, that I'm almost positive that's usually like, no, it's actually blank if you got absolutely no data. But TMS 27C010A. Yeah, I mean, it's the right settings on the thing. So that's the best I can do on that. Also, you know, happy to revisit if anyone sees any errors on the stream or anything like that. But can't spend the entire stream on something that's probably blank. Okay. This is TO3. My guess is it's blank because there's only 3 of this exact chip type and maybe all 3 were wiped. Okay. TO3 is, I am going to bother checking that one. Also blank. Okay. All right. Stay frosty, everyone. There's more. There's more. Into the foam with you. We are now on T4. New device type. Okay, so it's an Texas Instruments 27C040 TI 040. Yep. Okay. All right, I'm not going to keep checking these, so you guys in chat just let us know. So we don't exactly have, do we have 60 to go? Oh yeah, they're on the spreadsheet. I guess you would know that. Okay. 5 is also 40. Sell repros of the blank games. Yeah, like put them on like a modern NES PCB and just sell it as blank ImageSoft prototype. Okay, we got a not blank on TO4. Is that right? Okay. Let's take a look. TO4. Oh, that's not HXD. All right, I'm gonna look at a little treat. Okay, TO4 looks like data. No, it could be graphics. And then TO5. TO5 looks like data to me. Let's visit our friend at the tile viewer. Just give myself a little treat here. Where are you? Where'd you go? There you are. Okay. Ignore that. That was an old ROM. So TO4. What I'm doing is I'm just putting this in a tile viewer to see if it looks like tiles to me. That could be. It's not NES. Oh, Game Boy. That looks like tiles to me. It doesn't look right for Game Boy though. PC Engine or Super Nintendo maybe. Okay. What are we seeing here? Maybe a Super Nintendo racing game or something? Indecipherable. Oh, there we go. That's Kawasaki, whatever. I don't remember the name of it. So there you go. I bet if you put an SFC on that, it's just a ROM. But yeah, Super Nintendo, Kawasaki, something. Tengen did some PC Engine development. I don't know if if any of the Tengen PC Engine stuff came out. But just as a reminder, and I'll switch views real quick here. If you look at the spreadsheet, this isn't news, but we do have a Tengen PC Engine development board here, with unknown games. Oh, did Clax come out for the PC Engine? Dang it. Well, dang it. I'm sorry something came out. I said dang it because my actual hope for this is that it's a game called Popples, which didn't come out. It did come out on the Game Gear though. But anyway, moving on to TO6. TO6 is kind of a unique part. There we go. It's a Hitachi ROM. And then that is TO6. Come on, get in there. So what I'm doing right now, just so you guys know, is like I'm just very slightly straightening the pins. Oh, I'm still on full view, aren't I? Change that in a second. Okay. I like that we have 3 windows of of stuff on the screen, and all 3 of them are just trash. It's 2 broken builds and some raw Kawasaki tiles. That makes me happy. All right, T6 coming up. So we mentioned Popples just a minute ago, and there's at least one person in chat who knows what Popples is. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you, in case you haven't looked at the spreadsheet, that we have what appears to be the original NES version of Popples, which I'm really excited about. I'm also really scared because we have CHR 0 and 1, probably the full set, but we have PRG 1, 2, and 3. We might be missing PRG 0. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that, you know, maybe they didn't populate that first, some numbering scheme I don't understand. There are no other chips like this except for these. So this might be our only chance for Popples. So I'm nervous about that one. Okay, TO4 and 5 combined together. That's great. So that's got to be maybe a full build of Kawasaki, is my guess. But man, I hope we have Popples NES. Popples NES was the original. So there's a Game Gear version that came out, but NES was the original version, and Game Gear was like a port of it. So to have the original Popples would be really cool. It's one of the few games designed by the guy who designed Bubble Bobble. There's not very many games in his back catalog. 27C020. Okay. Oh, I didn't change. You guys had no idea that I was. Sorry, that was the wrong scene. Sorry about that, everyone. So I accidentally, before I started the stream, I had to redo my microphone, and I only did it in a couple scenes, and I clicked on an old scene from our Taito stream, which had the old microphone settings, unfortunately. Okay, what did I just do? I did TO7. So now on to TO8. I was looking at Phil's meme picture of our blank Sony ImageSoft cartridge, and I laughed. You couldn't hear me laugh because the microphone didn't work right, but I was laughing. Okay. TO8 is Texas Instrument. I guess it's going to be the same part. Yeah, same part. It's like I knew what I was doing when I put these in order. Okay. So the it's just catching up for me, the preview of when I had the wrong scene on, and I'm delighted that it was two identical copies of the Bad Police Academy build on screen silently while I moved some ROMs around. Okay. TO8 is probably in? Yeah. Okay. I am going to take the briefest of breaks because I'm realizing my brain is kind of not working right just because I'm doing too much at the same time. So I'm just kind of pace around the office with a bottle of water for like a minute or two and see if that does it. So I'll be back, everyone. Be right back. I am back. Catch up on chat for a minute. Lost media laugh. Yeah, sorry. I'd recreate it, but it'd be really like awkward. You know, like the first take was the one, and then you try to do it again. It just doesn't work right. Let's see. RDI Halcyon for sale for $17,000. No, thank you. Yeah, so race driving is it's coming together. Sounds like great. And the big news. All right, it's time for another reveal. You know, I promised there would be some unreleased games on this stream, and it's true. So the big reveal right now is that while I was on break, I got a diet root beer from upstairs from the kitchen that we share with Digital Eclipse. So anyway, crack that open and get back to work. All right, so TO8 was the last one. So now race driving. All right, same part type, great. Where are we? Okay, file save. I promised the root beer thing was not foreshadowing for anything. All right, that race driving one is dumped. Oh boy, Steel Talon is our next game. I'm actually interested to know if anyone in chat is feeling like they might take a look at Police Academy from a rebuilding perspective. I know for a fact that the I know for a fact that the title screen graphics are not in the EEPROMs we dumped, but they are in the source that we built. I actually hand assembled the CHR myself, and they're definitely in there. Oh, we should do by date. There we go. Race driving, huh? Sick. All right. Any of you have any love for these Tengen games? I kind of don't myself, honestly. Like race driving is like, I don't know. The 3D aspect of it was kind of cool in its time. But IC2, yeah. But I don't like revisit hard driving or race driving, you know? They're just of its time. And also the ports aren't, you know, anything like maybe the arcade game, right? I mean, Miss Pac-Man, it's Miss Pac-Man, right? Like, I'm just gonna play the arcade game if I'm playing Miss Pac-Man. I'm not gonna go for a port. Let's see. John, yes, John Raridan would be satisfied just by the fact that they're shaded polygons. That is true to your character, my friend. Okay, where are we? That's the 813. Okay. We are on to TO9, I believe. Yes. Okay. So let's see. C040. And then it is a Texas Instrument. If that matters. Okay. Something with hard driving is that the NES port of that was by my friend Mark. Mark became my friend because he, at the time, hard driving for the NES was lost media, and he was kind of working on his portfolio or resume or something, and he went online to see if there was anything online about the unreleased version of Hard Drivin' that he wrote for NES, and he found a little post by me on my old website, Lost Levels, that was very excited to have. I was very excited to have found screenshots of Hard Drivin' NES in a British magazine, and I posted them, and that magazine article named Mark as the programmer, Mark Morris, and I said, hey Mark, if you're out there, I'd love to hear from you, and so he found that post years later, and was like, hi, it's me. And turned out that he, like me, lived in Oakland. So we got together and hung out, and he eventually found his cartridge, and that's where the dump came from, was that I had expressed interest very publicly in a way where the author of the game could find it. And he found it, and he got in contact, and he found his cartridge, and he brought it over, and we dumped it, and that's what happened. That's how we got Hard Drivin' for the NES. And how I got a new friend. Is the stream one big dump or many little dumps? Is a very funny question. T12. T12 is in. Oh. I put it in backwards. That's something great about this device, is that it actually tells you things like it's in backwards. Oh, the other thing too about this device specifically, as opposed to the cheaper ones you might get, is that it just straight up has error detection. Did I do T12? I did not. So the sort of common USB reader that you'll get, like on Amazon or whatever, like I said earlier, it does work for most ROMs. I think 27Cs or something it has a hard time with, but it doesn't have any error detection. And so you can dump trash, and you'll only know through examining that you dump trash. But this one just, not only does it say something's wrong, it says specifically which pin it thinks you have an error with. So this is primo stuff. I love this thing. Oh, Xkeeper, you're here. I'm so glad. I just noticed. All right, T14, same part. Device inserted backwards or damaged. Okay. Okay, so T14 I'm getting an error on, so I'm gonna go straight to alcohol and the pins on that one. Phil, how often do I go straight to the alcohol at work? Device inserted backwards or damaged. Definitely not backwards. 27C040. Yeah, same part number. So I'm getting, I know you guys aren't seeing it on screen, I don't think. Oh yeah, you are. Device inserted backwards or damaged. That's one I've actually never seen before. So I'm gonna kind of spend a little time getting a little deeper clean on these, but I don't like it. I don't like that error. Usually it's like, hey, this pin is wrong. It's definitely not backwards. Maybe chip was assembled backwards. That's funny. Do I think the ROMs like being inserted into the dumper? They don't really speak to me, so I couldn't tell you. But I would imagine that it's comforting, you know, like in a r/oddly satisfying way to have all of your parts just slot nicely. So yeah, I do think that they like being dumped. Oh my god, that worked! I have no idea what the problem was, but just clean the hell out of it, and it just worked. Okay. I'm seeing in chat still unsure on TO8 and TO9. What is that? Unsure of what? Okay, just unsure what they are. Got it. Okay. All right, on to pack L. Oh. All right, everyone. We've got a missing pin situation again. So for those who maybe weren't here at the beginning, I'll switch over. Where are we? Okay, here we go. What I do when we're missing pins. So, hang on. You can kind of see at the end there. I know it's not in focus most of the time, but that pin's just gone. So what I do in that situation, so when we're dumping these, each one of these pins is making a connection for the electricity to go through. And so what I do in this situation is I take a little piece of wire and I kind of hold it up to that section, and I just let the wire be conductive for the electricity going through that little... It's fine. Going to that little surviving area and acting as a pin. And it has worked every time so far. I'm really thankful that... Oh, let me switch back. I'm really thankful that I don't have to get these pins back into something, because... like into a cartridge or something, because the pins have to be like very straight for that to happen, and these are not. All right, success. I think that is our last missing pin of the stream, unless I break one. On to Pack L's buddy. Pack R. I don't need this wire. Look at all these files. I don't know if we have any latecomers to this stream, but for those who weren't here at the beginning, we started with a set of Toshiba 57Cs, which actually I'm now getting to more of those, from Sony ImageSoft. There were 62 of them, and we were all excited to see if perhaps Last Action Hero on the Game Gear was in there, or any other ImageSoft treasures, and all 62 of them were blank. So T14's blank. All that work was for a blank ROM. That rules. Okay, so no new findings from ImageSoft. Although along with that was this ImageSoft board that has a copy of Super Sushi Pinball, an unreleased NES game that was previously dumped by us, and it was identical. But yeah, that was fun times, good memories, everyone. 57, 4. Yep, not 42. Not 42. All right. If you guys haven't seen Super Sushi Pinball, we published a video, I think 2 Christmases ago, about it, and it's remarkable. Go check it out. All right, T16 going in. I hope T15 had data. T13 is part of Primal Rage for the Genesis. That sounds about right. God, that game was on everything. And it's like the exact right time, 95-ish, right? We're like 95 is in the US anyway. Oh, we got a bad pin on that one. 95 was a time of I'd say, I don't know, abundance has like positive connotations, but however you want to smartly, eloquently say that there were too many systems on the market in 1995. I think there were like 11 at one point. And so Primal Rage came around at that time and was just on way too many systems. There we go. Also, I recently read David Haywood's blog about additions and fixes in MAME this year. And I think it's pretty funny that Primal Rage is now better emulated. Sorry, Primal Rage 2, which never came out, is now better emulated than Primal Rage 1. I think that's funny. Oh, Dan, you're in chat. And also, you actually counted there were 11 SKUs of Primal Rage. That's awful. There we go. We have a speed run of the world of sport golf. Nice. Okay. All right. This next one, RPSNS. So what Tengen or Time? Well, I guess it would be Tengen didn't do Super Nintendo. What Time Warner Interactive game for Super Nintendo is RP? I didn't go looking. It's an actual question. Topebug, congrats on your world record. Oh, I was cleaning this thing, but no, there is a missing pin. I was wrong about being done with missing pins. Race Private. I like that. I'm not going to explain this pin trick every time I do it. There we go. Rage Primal is also a good answer. Ross and Possum could be. Wait, is 0... let's just do that. I don't remember if Windows file names can have a hash. Okay. Esper Quinn's in the house. Crazy. All right, Rimal Prage number 2 in the thing. Take a sip of root beer. Oh yeah, so there's like a 1 byte difference in this Miss Pac-Man. Yeah, I agree with Phil in chat. Like this is another good learning moment that like so many quote unquote prototypes are just like as part of the build process, this one byte came out different this time. And I kind of like, how do I say this? I think a lot of people think all data is precious. I don't subscribe to that myself. And in cases like that, like, I'm actually kind of disappointed that in dumping this 1 byte different Miss Pac-Man, I kind of feel like I've polluted the waters because, like, it's just going to be in ROM sets now as Miss Pac-Man Prototype 3, and it's just a 1 byte difference, you know, and like, you know, no one's ever gonna like examine it to figure out why there's a 1 byte difference. We're not gonna learn anything from that 1 byte being different. It's just gonna be noise that's on the internet forever, and it's my fault. I'm sorry. All right, pin 30, poor contact again. What did we do last time? Did I? Oh, thank you so much. You're right. I'm on the wrong. Ooh, I'm glad someone else is looking here. Thank you. I did the same thing earlier. I did such a good job of identifying all of the chips, and then I don't follow my own shit. Okay. TC57. Toshiba TC57 1000. Oh wait, I meant to do AD. There we go. Thank you so much. Ice Knight, you're right, and maybe that's happening here. Right? Maybe it's some kind of like cheat debug thing, but I suspect that it's just trash. I'd love to be proven wrong. So Red Rex in chat is asking, like, how many bytes does it take to make a difference? And that's not really answerable, I would say. Like, it's like, can't really quantify the bytes, you know? That would be like, I don't know. That'd be like buying Twitter and then saying that performance reviews are based on lines of code. You know, like, no one would actually do that, right? But if they were to do that ridiculous, very stupid thing, because they were like a billionaire moron, you know, in theory, that would be the equivalent, right, of how many bytes does it take to make a difference? Because, like, byte count doesn't really mean anything in this situation. I'm dumping PRG again, just in case I had the wrong device last time or something. PRG. All right, where are we? 27C512s. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna skip ahead, because you know, this is kind of maybe cheating or something, but oh man, I have so many windows on screen. So I'm gonna skip ahead to the 5 chips that represent Popples on the NES, because I want to give people time to maybe put that together, and if it is successful, I'll put it on stream while we work on the rest. So I'm skipping ahead to so Peter in chat, so like I dumped it correctly that time, I think, right? Like I think I did 4,000 before. Oh, 57. Oh. Okay, so do I need to redump PRG? Okay, thank you. I'm really glad you're here to help me with that. Because I think I missed that. Yeah, okay. I'm going to do that one more time. One AD. Okay. PRG redump 2 coming. Okay. All right, PRG should be correctly dumped. So, all right, I switch back to me. I'm nervous. So, for me, as an unreleased NES guy, there's a game called Popples that to me is a grail of the NES library. It's pretty deep cut. Don't feel bad if you don't know about it. Popples is kind of a, I'll call it a puzzle platformer that came out only on the Game Gear. However, it actually was an NES game originally. And we appear to have at least parts of the original NES game. The programmer of Popples once confirmed in his own YouTube comments that the NES was the original version and that the Game Gear one that came out was based off of it. So this might be the master version of Popples, which is, I don't know the guy's name without looking it up, but it's one of the few games that was designed by the Bubble Bobble guy. So I'm really hoping that we have a complete picture of Popples. I'm going to dump all of these 5 chips in order, so the program, then the character. Oh, sorry, the reason I'm nervous is because looking at the numbering scheme here, I would expect there to be a PRG 0. We don't have a PRG 0. So we might be missing 1/4 of the program data. Or there's a numbering thing I don't understand, or I don't know. So, all right. Fukio Mitsuji or Mitsuj is in the chat is the person. Thank you for that. Mitsuji. Okay. I thought that you were missing an I there. Letter I, not eyeball I. All right. Let's get our device ready. I'll say 3 program ROMs is a weird amount of data. So I don't know. Let's not carb. Okay. The other thing too is I don't know that we have any of the programmer's work on Famicom at all. It was done in Japan, I think. Jun Amani, I think is his name. So I suspect that if we're putting a header on this, that that this is probably a Tengen Rambo board for header's sake, but keep in mind we don't know that for sure. He might have been developing on something else. All right, M5L27. 256. There we go. Mitsubishi. All right, here we go. PRG1. Beep. There's a Popples thread on insert credit? That rules. Okay, PRG1 is in. Simon, usually, yes, correct. Or one. There could be one PRG also, but having an odd amount is not something I've personally encountered. I'm not saying it's impossible. There is still hope. So the programmer, he put, if you look on YouTube, there is footage of Popple's Famicom. And the programmer of the game put that footage up using a terrible Famiclone, so it sounds really bad. That cartridge was for sale, and I believe they sold it, but I've never heard of anyone claiming to have bought it. Oh boy. So all 3 program ROMs are dumped now. And we're on to the characters. Nope. Okay, that's Popples. Okay, where were we? T22. Yep. All right, T22 is 27C512. If anyone in there is building NES stuff, please let us know if Baby Boy Popples survived. Okay. 27C512. And that is Texas Instruments. TMS 25C. No. TMS 27C512. No, 27C5. That one. Okay. These get kind of weird. Like these chips here, the 27C512s. I can't even tell if they're game ROMs. I'll show that in a second. Hang on. Yeah, so they're these. Let me switch back to my big view. So these 27C512s all have these sort of like PM test on them, and I'm wondering if they're more like tooling than game or something like that, or maybe even like arcade related. X Daniel in chat, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's all of the tiles. We probably just preserved the NES tiles for Popples. But yeah, thank you for confirming, incidentally. But yeah, I'm worried that the program is gone, but I'm pretty confident about the tiles. Oh, right. There we go. So what Phil in chat is joking about is that we recently recovered a version of Galaga for the Famicom that was written by HAL Laboratories, and it's something that never came out. Like a Galaga came out for the Famicom by Namco proper, but this HAL conversion never did. And this HAL conversion is something that was being done when Atari was talking to Nintendo about distributing the Famicom in the US. This is in 1983. So this is one of the 4 games that Nintendo converted for Atari for essentially an Atari Famicom that never happened. 3 of them did end up coming out in 1987, but Galaga never came out in any form, and we recovered just the program ROM. The graphics are gone, and so it would be pretty funny if we also recovered just the graphics for Popples, but not the program, and matched them together. This. Oh, these are gonna get C.L, C.L. That's it. I think after I get through these ROMs, I will start pulling out some things that we have just as pure data as opposed to physical EPROMs. There's some pretty fun stuff. Oh, Pika says I didn't do T22. Okay. I'm gonna go back to T22 once I get through right when I get to Lawnmower Man. Thank you for pointing that out. It's really easy for me to miss stuff like that. So how did we get Galaga? So all 4 of those conversions that Nintendo did for Atari, Nintendo subcontracted HAL just to alleviate any confusion there. All 4 of those games were found on EEPROM by someone we know who worked at Atari in the 80s. Like he had nothing to do with that deal, but he was just kind of walking around the decimated Atari offices after they sold everyone off and or let them go, and he found a Famicom and he found a bunch of EPROMs, and this is in the 80s. What a hero. He said, this seems important, and he took it home. And if you want to know more about that stuff, if you want to see that stuff, literally Christmas of this year, look forward to a video about the creation of the Nintendo Entertainment System and how it got here. It's something that John Raridan, who may still be in chat, and I have been working really hard on. Hard on. Okay, I didn't dump T22 is what I was just told. And it is same part number, so that should be easy. Sounds like bad news for Popples. Okay. I'm going to rewrite T22. So if anyone was looking at it, you know, refresh, get the latest. But I didn't, like, call it redump. I just replaced the data. Oh. Okay. Right, so I'm going to do Lawnmower Man, and then we'll move on to some data. Okay, device. So this first one, I'm guessing, is... I don't know how big Lawnmower Man on the Super Nintendo is, but this might just be the entire game. And you are ST, actually. Yeah, as Simon is pointing out, we do have a history of incomplete, unreleased games here. Alright, so T22 looks like it might be trash. Because I don't think there's anything wrong with the device settings or anything like that. But I will try again if you think I should. But oh wait. Did I do? Okay, did Super Nintendo need a new device? And it's 27C M27C 1000. I believe it's ST. I can't tell. Let's just assume it is. Beep. So I'm not feeling good about this set of 3 Sega Genesis ROMs because, again, I feel like that should also be an even set because the bytes interleave. So the thing is, I don't care because it's Lawnmower Man. I don't care. Question if something could be a dirty pin. Unlikely, because this device has really good error handling for that. But again, I can't keep up on chat completely. If we're talking about T22, and you think it needs a redump, please let me know. T23 and T25 are identical. Assuming that T24 isn't also identical, then I would assume that's just actually what's on these chips. Okay. I'll save. Okay, that's all the loose chips, but there's more. So while everyone is messing around, hopefully with popples, no, we don't know what PM test is, as far as I know. I'm going to do another little drop. Let's go big here. So like I mentioned earlier, we also had access not just to chips, but to data. Specifically, we had access to a hard drive dump from Tengen/Time Warner. Root beer's in. I can continue. The drive was wiped. It is a VAX formatted hard drive that has one empty folder in it. So whatever was there is no longer there. But the thing about doing an image of the entire hard drive is that whatever data is on that drive is still there, if it's still there. So when you delete data on a hard drive, it doesn't actually like poof. It just kind of gets reassigned, right? And so whenever we get something like a hard drive, we don't just copy the files. We dump an image of the entire drive, because often there's still data in the deleted sectors that might be valid. In fact, if you've been following us for a really long time, you might have seen that we recovered source files from Earthbound for the Super Nintendo through the deleted sectors on a floppy disk. And in that case, we were really fortunate that it was deleted and there was only one minor new file on there. It was a text document that wasn't even finished. VAX file 11, thank you. Yazor in chat is the one who helped recover data for this and wrote a script. So we looked at what survived in the deleted sectors, and it appears this hard drive was related to Sega development specifically. So there was data related to the Game Gear and the Genesis on there. And I'm just going to go ahead and, in the assembled ROMs folder, I'm just going to drop a bunch of stuff real quick. All right, so I have just dropped a folder called Genesis into the assembled ROMs directory. Oh, sorry if I misspoke. It was not a script, it was C. So I just dropped a bunch of stuff into a new Genesis directory. Some of it's fairly interesting. I'm not going to say any of it's mind-blowing, but let's go ahead and take a look, actually. Is this... Yeah, we still got Fusion up. Okay, let's let's get rid of Pit Fighter here. Sorry. Hang on. Let's get rid of everything. You two, and then which of you is Fusion? There we go. Are T4 and T25 unreadable? T4 and T25 should be valid dumps of whatever's on there. But if for some reason there's any reason to think that that's not true, do let me know. P.L is NES Pac-Man. Oh, interesting. Okay, so these 27C 512s might be NES. Okay. Anyway, golf returns for now. It's true, but like I said, I just put a bunch of Genesis stuff in. We're gonna just go through them one by one. They can be kind of interesting, and also I didn't rename them, so I don't remember. Okay, so this fairly uninteresting. So this is the console version of Manchester United Europe, which was an Amiga game, and it did apparently come out as European club football. But this is not, a match. And in fact, the header still says Manchester United. So, not the most exciting dump, but it's something. This one, this is Junkers High, an early version of something that came out as like Outrun something, like a future-y Outrun. I don't really remember the name of it, but there are a couple prototypes of Junkers High already out there, and this is yet another one. So the thing about game developers, even back then, is, they might have quote unquote prototypes, but if they're from other companies, the most logical explanation is that they were just pirating games from other companies. So I believe that this is a pirated copy of Kid Chameleon that Atari developers were playing with. But I believe there's a Ice Knight. If you're still in chat, let us know. I think there's a 1 byte difference. It makes you invincible. So kind of full circle, I guess, back to the conversation. I'm not going to load it because it's in a zip. So there's a zip file in here called Pit Fighter 2. The thing is, so Tengen was working on a Pit Fighter 2 for Genesis. Never came out. It is lost media. We don't know how far they got. The thing, though, is that in the data recovery process, this zip file we don't have the entire zip file. So I believe this Pit Fighter 2 that's in the zip is corrupt. But you can run some of it. It's in the zip file. I like the original zip's even in there. So if you want to do your own data recovery or whatever. What is this? This is an RBI baseball game. It's probably really close to whatever came out. RBI Baseball 93. It wasn't an exact match, so it's in there. This one's fun. So notice it says coming soon. Paperboy delivers. Coming soon. So my guess is this is something that was just displayed at a trade show. And all it does is cycle back and forth between Paperboy and Road Blasters. And it just says coming soon. So my guess is that they just kind of had this on a TV. And so that you knew that these games were coming out, and you could imagine what they actually would look like. Were they done? This is, to me, the most interesting thing in here. Let me make my controller work. 1 second. So this is Spider-Man versus the Kingpin for the Sega Genesis. Sort of. If you're familiar with Spider-Man on the Sega Genesis, first of all, this is a really early demo. But second of all, this looks entirely different than the game that came out. Like, it has the same, like, level 1 is still a warehouse, and there's guys with forklifts chasing you around and stuff like that. It's clearly the same design as the Spider-Man that came out, but I believe a different developer. All of the art tiles in here are completely different than the Spider-Man that shipped. So I don't know. Yeah, Spider-Man does look wet. I agree. So I don't know if this is like a different developer's pitch demo, or the developer maybe got fired by Sega. I just have no idea. But this is some kind of weird early Spider-Man demo that was in here. I'm not familiar with this game, but it's called Starmobile or Star Mobile. I don't know. But this is something that was a game that never came out that actually was released on one of the like Genesis, like Mega Drive Mini consoles recently. And so I suspect that this is the untouched ROM for this until recently lost game. So that's clean data. Everyone's favorite by Tengen, Steel Talons. It's Steel Talons. I don't know what to say about Steel Talons. This is Thunder Force 4. I know people like Thunder Force games. I didn't even see... I didn't see any differences looking at this. I'm assuming it's really close to final, but I didn't like try to do, a deep data analysis or something like that. I'm guessing this is basically just Mega Drive Thunder Force 4. What else is in here? This is Toaplan's... well, it's called Power Wing here. It came out as something else. I don't remember the name offhand, but this is, just a different title, at least, for a released by Tengen game by Toaplan, when it was still known as Power Wing. And then finally, there's 2 ROMs that are just very sketchy early things for Zybots 2. So there was never a Zybots 2. Zybots was an arcade game by Atari Games. But it looks like Zybots 2 was being developed by M2. And if I remember correctly, M2 did Gauntlet 4 for Tengen. So it looks like they were also, working on a Zybots sequel as well. This ROM is partial. It's corrupted at the end. That's just the nature of recovering data from deleted sectors of hard drives. It is just missing stuff at the end. But as you can see, there's at least something going on here. And then finally is a different test ROM for Zybots 2 by M2. That it seems to just be a test of maybe looking around, right, in Zybots 2. It is about a megabyte of data just for this, and if I remember right, looking at it before, there's not much more going on there. So all of that's dropped in the Dropbox, if anyone wants to go look. I have not seen anything about Popple's good or bad in chat, so I assume there's no news. Hopefully it's a no news is good news. Yes, this is Genesis hardware, for whoever asked. And then actually, all right, I'm gonna put one more thing in here. I'm gonna make a Game Gear folder. I'm gonna move the World of Sport : Golf into the Game Gear folder. And then I'm going to drop one more game for the Game Gear. It is an unreleased game called Prime. You share whatever you want, you guys. This is all public information. I am not going to put Prime on the screen. Let your imagination run wild while I gather my thoughts as to why that might be. I'm not going to put Prime on the screen because it flashes really bad. And it's because it is relying on the, yes, Ultraverse Prime, that Prime. It's relying on the persistence of the crappy Game Gear LCD screen. So if you play it on a Game Gear, it looks all right. It looks a little dark, but it looks correct. But if you play it on most emulators that emulate the Game Gear, it flashes really poorly. Like it's like seizure warning area, like level of flashing. Again, because on a real Game Gear screen, you don't see that because the LCD persistence. So there is an emulator. If you want to play it, there's an emulator called Emulicious that does simulate some level of LCD persistence. I did download the Emulicious zip, but I ran out of time to like make it run and stuff before the stream. So I'm not going to show Prime because I don't want to give anyone a seizure. But there you go. So Prime, also there's 2 dumps in there. Both are also corrupted at the end, like a lot of this stuff. But the thing is, with one of the Prime builds, and I think that information is in there in the zip, we're fortunate that it looks like the missing 12 kilobytes at the end of that file were just padded nothing. So it looks like we might have a complete version of Prime in there. Complete meaning all the data's there. The game is not nearly done. It is a prototype. But so that stuff's dropped now in the Game Gear folder. SMS Power is looking at a few other Game Gear like bits and pieces that we found that are not nearly as interesting as those 2. But I just kind of wanted them to look at, is this actually final, et cetera, et cetera. I'm looking at... What's Mapper 206? Never heard of Mapper 206. Anyway, yeah. So that's all the ROMs. That's all the loose ROMs. Sorry, that's all the data. We have a couple more things left. Not a lot, but one of them could maybe be a little bit of a redemption arc for the stream. So, oh yeah, 206 is the Rambo variant. That's right. Thank you. Okay, so, and again, you guys, it might not be Rambo at all. Like I don't think we have June's like development environment. Okay, so all the loose ROMs are done. What we have left, if you look at the spreadsheet, we have things that are still populated on circuit boards. And also, right, we also have just a handful of ROMs here that are at the very end. This is the order I'm going to do things. I'm going to do these first. I don't know. Oh, okay. I'm almost confident this is Gauntlet for the NES. These are product numbers from Tengen. They're not NES product numbers. All the NES games start with 335. I don't know what Tengen stuff might start with 336. I have no idea what that is. But what's weird to me is that what I'm reading on the chips kind of does look like NES. So I don't know. But we're going to do... Oh, the order is... we're going to do these. Then it's Jaguar time. I know you've all been very excited for multiple dumps of Power Drive on the Atari Jaguar. And then we will end with whatever's on this PC Engine board. And I say it might be a redemption arc because it's possible that we have Popples on the PC Engine as a consolation prize. I don't know. I have no way of knowing that. But that is something that was absolutely made at the same time. So, and Popples NES is in here, so it's possible that that's PC Engine Popples. Anyway. Oh, Bushy Tail has very good news in chat. Okay. I think if Popples booted, but what's wrong. And it shows Tengen Presents and credits. So if you look for like Popple's Famicom on YouTube, you can find footage of the programmer's copy of it, which is lost. He sold it, I believe. But that is something that like that boot sequence you're describing is the boot sequence. So that's promising. Not a slam dunk, but it's promising. Anyway, let's dump what is almost certainly the final version of Gauntlet on the NES. Oh, and let's switch views. All right. So this is a 20 and 27512 DC. There we go. All right, everyone, home stretch on the stream. Oh my god, I've been doing this for 3 hours. Feels like no time at all when I'm amongst friends. Okay. So, read. I wonder if anyone noticed me accidentally type the file name ZV before I deleted it and pasted in the correct file name. I use a keyboard called the Moonlander, and doesn't by default have a control key. The control key is mapped to Z if you hold it. So ZV was me trying to paste the file name too quickly, and if you use a keyboard like the Moonlander that has that sort of shortcut, I presume that, like me, you do that every day. You just paste too fast. Oh, you're asking which ROMs we're on right now. We are. I skipped ahead to essentially the bottom of the Tengen EEPROMs tab on the spreadsheet. Okay, I'm really curious about the 336001s here. Wait, we have Popple screenshots on Discord? Hang on. Stop everything. But it is missing PRG0? Are we pretty sure the PRG0 is actually missing? Anyway, so yes, we are now starting on the 33606001s. Yes, that is where I am currently. And then when I do that last one, I'm going to put it in a tile viewer because I'm curious. All right, and you are, yeah, same. I'm really sorry if anyone was hoping for Last Action Hero on the Game Gear to be a part of the stream. I was too. I'm disappointed. So this should be, if it's NES, which I suspect, that should be both of the program ROMs, and then this should be the characters. Oh, poor pin number 5. Okay. The 3D demo you're seeing on the screen is very early tech work for a Zybots sequel for the Genesis by M2. It's true we do have a loose PRG ROM, but it's a totally different size, etc. But worth looking at, I suppose. There you are. There you are. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna open the one I just dumped in a tile viewer. View here. Because I suspect it's NES, but I don't know this product code at all. It confounds me. It's graphics. That's NES. What are we looking at? I don't know my Tengen library very well. I guess someone could just assemble these and put Rambo on the front. Probably work. I'm seeing castles. That's got to be Gauntlet, right? That's just Gauntlet. That's Gauntlet. It's Gauntlet with a different product code than what shipped for some reason. Oh, it's the licensed version too. Licensed by Nintendo of America. All right, let's move on then to... Yes, all the Sony ImageSoft ICs are blank. Sorry, we all got trolled. But really, when you think about it, I can't decide if blank or 15 copies of Cliffhanger is funnier. Let me know in chat, what's funnier, if they're all blank or if they're all Cliffhanger. I think Cliffhanger might be the funnier one. This one's just kind of upsetting. All right, we are on to Jaguar Land. So, as a reminder, let me make myself big. So, we have 3 boards for the Jaguar. The only game that Time Warner Interactive that I know of did for the Jaguar cartridge format is Power Drive. And indeed, 2 of these say Power Drive. And then there is another one that had no labels on it, which I assume is also Power Drive. But I'm just going to cram through these, and then at the end, as a reminder, is this PC Engine board with an unknown game. And I will... Well, I'm starting with the unlabeled one, apparently. Could be Popples for Jaguar. Oh no. Phil, you took my micro spatula yesterday. It's not mine, but you know what I mean. I gotta go find it. I found it. I've located the micro spatula. This guy here. I'm about to get in there and commit violence on this prototype. So, or should I try to have that on camera? Let's see here. Let's move you. Let's get rid of you. All right. Okay, starting with T29, let's go. I'm allowing you to see how the sausage is made here. There are dedicated IC extractors. I find them to be very difficult to use and more damaging than my method. Ooh, that sound is bad. I have, there we go. Clean extraction. I have in the distant past, used a kitchen knife. So, you know, if you wanted to cancel me for something, it'd be that. This might not be Power Drive because these are different chip numbers than the known Power Drive. So, anyone here know how to assemble Jaguar? I believe the bytes are interleaved. I don't remember. Very little preservation work happens with the Atari Jaguar. 27C. Where are we? 29? Wait a minute, I'm confused. Hang on. 26, 27. Oh, right. 26, 27, 28 are PC Engine. And then I'm now on 29. Right? Which is marked incorrectly on my sheet, in fact. Are these all C40s? Yeah, these are 40s. So, never mind. Actually, this is same part number as Power Drive, so this is totally going to be Power Drive. Okay. Popples is playable without level graphics. Interesting. So is our suspicion that it's an unknown mapper? Because that's my suspicion right now. Like, I don't think I don't think you could be missing 1/4 of your NES data and get this far. So I suspect it's an unknown hardware config. Because again, I don't think any of these Tengen Japan games happened. So, so it's extremely possible that we just don't understand what it's running on right now. Has anyone caught wind of anyone working on Police Academy, by the way? I'm really curious about that. T30. I'm feeling very encouraged right now about Popples. Like, if you're getting into gameplay now. So if we've got intro sequence and we've got gameplay. I just have a very hard time imagining that the data's actually missing then. And unfortunately, we just have like zero insight into what the hardware was. We only have loose chips. Okay, let's see. Unfortunately, so okay, this is Junamani's comment, sounds like. FC Popples is using Tengen's custom chip to manage memory banks. That's just Rambo, I think. It's also using battery backed up RAM. I don't think that... Of course emulators can handle that stuff. Oh, sorry. I see. I'm on 31 right now, but yeah, I needed to... I don't know. Keep that on screen. Okay. 31. Apparently screenshots are happening, but I'm not going to stop the stream to look at Discord. But yeah, like I saw screenshots. I just don't know that anyone's got it properly playing yet. 31. So Nojot, I don't suspect that I suspect the tiles are all there. So I don't think it's missing the tiles. I think it's just the program's looking at the wrong tile bank. H Bomber guy is asking, is that Corridor 7? No, that is a very early proof of concept of a Zybots 2. The sequel to Zybots that M2 was apparently doing for Atari, which no one knew until today. M2 rules. I can't believe M2's still around and still crushing it. Okay. All right, all 4 chips on the mystery Atari Jaguar board have been accounted for, so get to work, Jagheads. I'm repopulating the thing, by the way, is what's happening right now off screen. You don't need to see that. You've seen enough violence for one day. The owner/donor of the ImageSoft stuff is in chat. Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm also sorry that they're all blank, but this is just how it goes, man. And I think I'm speaking for everyone in chat right now that I think we're all really thankful that you gave us the opportunity to try. You know, it's not going to be a mystery. You know what I mean? That like what these chips were. Like we just took care of it and said, okay, they're blank, move on. So again, thank you for loaning these to us. You can have them back if you want. I consider them trash at this point, though. Like, they could theoretically be reused, but the chips are not in, the pins are not in great shape. I wouldn't recommend anyone actually try to use them. But yeah, thank you for that, and thank you also for loaning us this copy of Super Sushi Pinball, which don't be disappointed by this. This is just, you know, is what I expected. It is identical to the one that we dumped already. But yeah, thank you so much. So again, that person in chat is who gave us the ImageSoft stuff. The Atari content was from a different source and is something that actually the Foundation purchased, essentially, this material. Oh, sorry. Am I... People want to see me commit violence. I keep saying I commit violence, but like, this is the safest way I have ever gotten pins out, is my little prying method. IC extractors are for noobs. Okay. And you're 27C40. Read. Chris Covell, man, so good to see you. Chris and I go way back on, like, probably IRC as like elder ROM dumpers, and hackers, and Chris wrote, like, maybe not literally the first NES homebrew, but like basically the first NES homebrew that matters. Really good to see you here, Chris. Chris is also one of the first people to put scans online of like essentially pages from old Famitsu magazines that showed unreleased games or like prototypes of the Super Famicom and stuff. So Chris is a real one. Thanks for coming to the stream, Chris. Oh, I'm just now seeing that there's text on the screen where we're asking for donations to offset the cost of the ROMs. That's something that was from the last stream. Oops. That said, these ROMs did cost money, so I'm not going to get rid of it. In fact, it was more than $1,000. So, but just full disclosure, that was an accident. But we are a 501c3. We will absolutely put any donation to use, but that specific text was accidental. It was left over from the last stream. Oh yeah, Chris, you might have done the dumping on Bioforce Ape, because I'm trying to remember, because we bought Bioforce Ape on Yahoo Japan auctions, and I think it went to you first, right? I think you were the one who received it and dumped it before it got sent to me. Thank you for coming. Yeah, the Tengen stuff, if you missed it, Police Academy's just in that Dropbox, baby. Go play Police Academy for the 5 minutes that it's fun. For those familiar with the the memes around Bioforce Ape, I think it's really funny that my cost, like the amount that I personally paid to buy Bioforce Ape, was exactly $2,000 USD. So, so again, if you're familiar with the memes, it literally cost me 2K monies to rescue Bioforce Ape. So the butter monster was actually accurate. And yeah, I agree. Like, the fact that the game is almost weirder than the hoax is just, I don't know. Maybe there is a god. Wow, it looks like Lawnmower Man is interesting for someone. So thank you for letting me know, everyone. Neurokip, yeah, we bought it to dump. So the Bioforce Ape that is online was a prototype board for the Famicom. And we bought it on Chris. It had to be Yahoo Japan Auctions, right? Like that. I can't imagine we bought it somewhere else. All right, we're getting there, everyone. Okay. So we are on PDR 5.8. Relief pitcher. RP was relief pitcher. Okay. Yeah, the original hoaxer has outed himself at this point. So that was he goes by Bratwurst. He went by Bratwurst on the digital press forums back in the day. He was the hoaxer, and he what he did was he created those images and he piped them to his TV through, I think, like the S-video cable output on his laptop or something. Oh, is Andrew Borman in there? Did I miss him? So hard to keep up on chat. Bin. Okay. Red Dash, thanks for that. I actually, I mean, that might be a clue, but Tengen's custom memory mapper is just Rambo. That's a very well understood thing. So I think he was just confused. This happens very easily. The hang on, let me look at myself. Yeah, the label came off of that one. So just a matter of time. All right, T35. Did I do T35? T35 marked as dumped, but it is not. Someone's jumping ahead in there. Hey Chris, if you're still there, something you missed is well, go to the Dropbox link and download the Police Academy zip. The README will explain this, but I'll go ahead and explain it here as well. We dumped EPROMs of Police Academy, but we have source code there's a snapshot from later in its life. But the problem is when you build that source code, it skips a lot of the content and goes straight to an in development level. So it skips the title screen, it skips level 1 and stuff. It just goes straight into like testing a really skeletal level 2. And so that zip file actually has buildable source with a batch file, and I suspect that all of the content from previous builds is still in there and it's just being skipped. So we're really hoping that someone with 6502 and NES knowledge can possibly revert the game back to like its CES build or something like that, which is just not something I'm capable of doing. Okay. Where am I? Version width. Oh. We're almost out of Jaguar land, everybody. We're almost out of Jaguar land. Ice Knight, what's up with Popples? What was its deal? I know it's not like totally fixed if there's no sound, but is it a new mapper? All right, let me take a quick look at Discord break. Oh, cool. Thanks for that, Andrew. Good update. Question, did we find any good Jaguar stuff? I don't know if anyone will ever know. But the ROMs are in there if you want to go looking. We know that 2 of these 3 boards are power drive, which makes sense because it is the only game that Time Warner shipped on the Jaguar. But we don't know if the 3rd board is also power drive. Probably is. So I'll leave that to power drive fans. Is there good stuff on the Jaguar? Asks a troll. A troll in our chat. Is there good stuff for the Jaguar? That's a very silly question. No, there's no good stuff on the Jaguar. Boom. Fine. Tempest is fine. I did, when Rich Whitehouse released his emulator, I did play through everything. Not through, sorry. I prodded at every Jaguar game. And there's some interesting ideas. Like, I think Highlander on the CD is interesting. It's not good, but it's interesting. Oh, Rayman on the Jaguar, of course. Like, that is the lead SKU of the original Rayman. The Bubsy that is on the Jaguar is just, like, horrifying. It's, like... I actually thought for a long time that it was just Bubsy 1 or something. But it is an entirely new Bubsy game that is just not a thing anyone should ever play. Tempest 2000 is cool. I played through all of the Jaguar CD games, and I actually like the music video one. I know that sounds weird, but wait, am I missing a power drive? No, I did that one, right? Version with power drive T35. Okay. The thing's just not quite up to date. Whoever's in the spreadsheet, like the Gauntlet one should be dumped, right? Okay. So I believe all I have left at this point is the Let's get me big on screen. I believe all I've got it left is the mystery PC Engine board. Now, as someone correctly pointed out earlier, Clax came out by Tengen on the PC Engine, so it is most likely that this is Clax. However, as we know from his YouTube, I think his name is Chunamani, something like that. The programmer of Popples on Famicom also did it on PC Engine. So it's possible we have Popples on the PC Engine. That's my hope. If we manage to complete the Popples trilogy today between this Famicom and Game Gear, I will be very happy. But yes, exactly, Anagram in chat. If this ends with Clax, if the grand finale of the stream is Clax, yes, get that poll going. If the stream is, if the culmination of 4 hours of ROM dumping is a final version of Clax on the PC Engine, I cannot think of a better ending to a stream that started with 62 blank EPROMs. Ooh, this looks complicated. Okay. I'm gonna show the camera. So normally I just go right in there, but I got these little guys. So I'm gonna have to approach this a little differently than I normally would. Oh, and then Chris, I don't know if you saw, like, this is a straight up a Tengen development board for the PC Engine. Like, that's, I don't know. How many of those can there possibly be? I'll take Peter Packrat. If it's Peter Packrat, I'll be very happy. Alright, got it out. Alright, and then what part are you? You are a 27C10. D27. It's fine. It's AMD. D27. Oh wait, it's not 10. It's 0. No wonder. 0. Yep. So do we have? That should be fine. Chris Covell in chat did not do the Bioforce Ape joke, but you did do a joke that I liked a lot, which was claiming to have found an unreleased. Yes, there were 3 problems on the board. Claiming to have found a PC Engine successor console, and the joke about, like, China Warrior, but the sprites are even bigger. That definitely landed for me. That was a very good joke. Oh, that T21's really curious. Ooh. Come on. I don't know how much of this crunching people can hear. There we go. Whew. All right, T26. Yeah, the Popple should have a level editor in it. Don't people aren't ROM hacking the levels. All right. All right, T26 being read. It was just the mirroring, really? Wait, is Popple's done? Like, is it working? Chris, look at the Dropbox and look at the comment, the description. So the description for the YouTube video has a spreadsheet and Dropbox for all these files. But to answer your question, these are 128 kilobytes and there's 3 of them. No sound on Popples. I don't like that. It'd be kind of bittersweet, I guess, if Popples is unfinished but dumped. All right, and then what's left? Did I put these in the wrong? I put this. Put the chip back in the wrong slot. 2, 3, 4. Okay, damn it. I'm also no longer convinced that I actually named these correctly. So, I'm actually going to disassemble the whole Tengen board and do each chip one by one because I feel like I got distracted by doing one at a time. It should be C2, C3, C4. Okay. So if anyone's looking at the PC Engine ROMs, I'm going to actually overwrite them with new dumps because I don't trust that I actually named them correctly. So Popple's sound test stuff, if you look at June Amani's yeah, I know that like T27 I don't think that I dumped. So but again, I might have dumped 27 and named it incorrectly. So I'm just going to do all 3 one by one now. And that will end the stream. So this is T26. Oh. I do want to replace it. T27. Yes. T27. Save, browse. And then finally, all right, this is the last ROM dump. T28. This is it. Cool. All right, that is all we've got. So let me go back to big view. I'll hang out and chat for a minute. Catch me up, I guess, but it seems like we have at least some understanding of popples. The sound test is something that is like if you look at June's video, there like the sound test is in there, I believe. Or I might be thinking of the PC Engine version. But so was it working? So catch me up. Was it working with Rambo? Was it just Rambo with like vertical mirroring or something? By the way, me looking down is very carefully putting these chips back in these stupid holes. Okay, Famicom Video is the one with the sound test, so it is an expected feature. Can you get to it? Is it just silent or is it inaccessible? Also, has anyone tried to assemble the PC Engine ROMs or even looked at them? Because I'm at least going to open up a tile viewer. 27 and 28 have Super Nintendo tile data. Super Nintendo shares some tile format with PC Engine, I believe. Yep. Tengen. Oh wait, I don't have that on screen. Sorry. Data analysis. There we go. All right, so this is PC Engine stuff. This looks like Clax to me. Is it Clax? Bet it's Clax. It's probably Clax. Data, I think. I mean, it's not Popples. This has got to be Clax, right? That's Clax. Could be Off the Wall. Yeah. I'm not familiar enough with these games. But the sketchy style does remind me of Off the Wall. Did that come out for PC Engine? Oh, it did. Well, no, it didn't. It was a prototype. And it's a known prototype. Yeah, this is Off the Wall for sure. All right, cool. Another unreleased game. And it looks like it was programmed by June Amani. So Amani, whatever it is. So same programmer as Popples, but it ain't Popples. All right, what now? Where do we go from here? So can spend the rest of the stream playing Police Academy. We could, well, so I'm hoping people can catch me up because I don't want to like read Discord while I'm trying to stream here, but let's see, off the wall popples. Looks like there's some NES Pac-Man, Relief Pitcher, Genesis Primal Rage. Right, ImageSoft is playing. I don't even know why I looked there. So, cool. So some unidentified stuff. Popples is like we're convinced that it's working correctly, right? Oh, question in chat, how do you dump arcade game protos? The same thing we just did. You just pop the chips off and you read them in. Confusing data on 22, 23, 24. Where are those? Right, so 22, 23, 24. Same chip type as NES Pac-Man. So they should be good dumps. I think I feel good about that. Anything suspicious I need to look at again in terms of dumping? Let me know. Oh, Andrew, I did see your message. I don't know if you want me to like talk about it, but yeah, I did see your message, and if you want me to, I don't know if it's meant to be like secret or not, but let me know. 3 EPROMs need looking at since there's graphics corruption. I can't. So, Chris, I have a hard time imagining that the dumps are bad. Because I've never gotten a bad dump from this unit without there being a warning. Okay, yeah, so Andrew in the chat, the Strong Museum that he works at does have some later source code. So it looks like it got a little further along than what we have, but not a lot. Well, actually, question for you, Andrew. Does the character animate when you move him around, or is he still just T-posing? Question in chat, did I forget the Intellivision games again? I didn't. They're right here. I kind of ran out of time to dig out our Intellivision stuff. The issue really is that, like, I don't stream ever, so setting up for this took way longer than I thought. But no, they're here. And I mean, I could try to do that, you know. I don't really want to. I'm tired. I'm tired of dumping ROMs. I'm done dumping ROMs right now. We'll get to them. I'm sorry that it's taking this long. But yeah, cool. It seems like we're probably done here. So let me think. So I'm kind of caught up in chat. Let me go big here. Looks like there's still work left to be done on the ROMs. I'm glad that Popples is working. I'm sad that the music isn't, because the music seems really cool. But you know, I think someone could at least get in there and see if the music's there. Do a second stream of what, man? I don't have any more ROMs. I can show this off again. We have this thing, so it's very glossy. This is kind of annoying. I don't know if you can see it, but like it's on like photo paper, and some of it's kind of like crinkling up, and some of the white's getting yellowed. But we'll get that scanned. I just haven't gotten to it yet. For those who didn't see, if you like cartridges, there's our Police Academy cartridge that we got that the EEPROM dump came from. I'm not playing Mega Man 2. I mean, someone was saying, hey, I like your Mega Man stuff. Let me be clear, I'm not that big of a Mega Man fan, honestly. He's fine. But this case is actually all swag from Mega Man Legacy Collection, which is a product that I produced and designed when I worked at Digital Eclipse. And there's some stuff on the bottom, too, including a mess. But the stuff on the bottom is... Street Fighter 30th and SNK 40th that I also worked on. I just kind of got like every piece of swag that that exists as far as I know for Mega Man Legacy Collection, because I didn't really ship very many physical video games when I was in game development, and so I kind of went all in on that one. Yeah, there's some really dumb stuff in there. Like, let's see. This E-can right here, those are wet naps. Those are official. I'll take it out. I don't remember which retailer it was, but there was one retailer that if you ordered the game that I worked on, you got these official E-can wet naps. And it's not even just Rockman. It's like Rockman Classics Collection. It is the game. So these are official wet naps from a game that I worked on. Hi, Franker. The Namco games for the Mitsubishi V7000R navigation system. I don't even know what that is, man. I don't know how to answer that question. Do I know the official Pantone for Mega Man packaging? I don't, but if you look at Mega Man Legacy Collection, there's a bunch of like bonus art in there, and amongst the art was pages from like brand guideline stuff that do have the official Pantone colors of the characters, at least from that era. So if you like, the official Mega Man Pantone Blue is somewhere in that collection as a marketing asset. Oh boy. Cool. Anything else you guys want to talk about or see? I can hang out for a minute, but I don't think I can do more data stuff. Could put Zybots on screen again. Oh yeah, Chris, that's something you missed too that you might be interested in, is that there's two really early, very sketchy prototypey things of a Zybots 2 for the Genesis, which, stick with me, I know that's not interesting yet, was being done by M2. So there's kind of some lost M2 work in here, which I think is fun. But yeah, just to sort of like... to reflect on like the wins in here, there's some really good stuff. I mean, NES Popples working is a really big deal, and I'm really glad that we're not missing a PRG ROM like I thought we might be. Unless that PRG ROM 0 was all the music, I don't know. What else? Local H says small differences between the Gauntlet CHR ROMs. You should compare them to known dumps, not just each other. What else did we find? So that Genesis dump in there of material from Atari had some cool stuff. That Spider-Man demo, like, that's interesting, right? That is clearly a different developer was working on Spider-Man or pitching or something. Maybe it was Atari Games. I don't know. But that's super interesting. What else? There's 2 unreleased Game Gear games that no one knew about. Like, that's cool. So like I said, SMS Power will, if they don't already have those up, they'll be the same zips that are on here. But But yeah, 2 unreleased Game Gear games that no one knew about. And there's maybe some other like minor ROM variant things with Game Gear, but I think Omar and his crew were still looking at them. And then Police Academy. And again, for for those who didn't see, the Police Academy zip in there has buildable source code as well. So my hope is that someone can get in that source code and hopefully it doesn't even take that much, but I suspect that the build that the source code is a snapshot of is skipping content and going straight to a level 2. And I'm hoping that we can revert, like do something like a reversion back to like the CES demo and see the title screen and stuff like that. I think it's in there. I know the graphics are in there because I built the graphics wrong. Yeah, Borman will catch up for sure. Oh yeah, when we got a version of Pit Fighter doesn't work. Wait, Phil, there's 2. So we have a broken Pit Fighter Game Boy, and we have a broken unreleased Pit Fighter 2 Genesis. So we are 2 for 2 on the stream on broken Pit Fighters. So that's a big win. Also, there's partial data for Pit Fighter 2 on the Genesis, which we didn't have at all before, for whatever that's worth. It looks to me like the Pitfall 2 Genesis is like they just started working on top of Pit Fighter 1. Like it's Pit Fighter 1, but with some new stuff, and it's broken. Good question from Chris. Has anyone planned or done a deep dive on the leaked Giga Dump stuff from early Super Famicom days? Like, I think that stuff's pretty covered on the cutting room floor. If you go look there. Borman does have another broken Pit Fighter potentially in the Strong's archive. Chris, I don't think we're gonna bother doing anything with the sort of GigaLeaks stuff. Einstein, did you relook? Because T21 I dumped like 3 times. So as you're looking at T21, did you look at, I don't remember what I called it. So, wait a minute. Am I crazy? Oh, sorry, you said T21. I was confusing it with PRG. PRG I redumped a couple times. So I'm actually going to get rid of, so no one gets confused, the bad PRG dumps. I'm going to rename PRG. And then you want me to look at T21 again. I can do that. 1 second. Do I think Splatterhouse RPG dump is legit? Absolutely. I mean, I guess there's some, like, I forget who it was saying that they felt like there was some like 4chan humor kind of stuff in Splatterhouse, which, and if that's the case, then at worst it's like someone modified a ROM, but there's no way that that's like a homebrew ROM as like a hoax, because they just would have taken it way too far, if so. Okay, T21 I will do again. I really doubt it was 57. You know what? I think you're right. I think I fucked up on T21. Okay. All right. So device should be TC571000. Oh wait, sorry, I didn't do my thing. Okay. 100 Toshiba. 100D, right? T57100D. That one. Okay. All right, I am going to dump T21 again. Save. Okay, T21 redump.bin is going up now. I don't know. Let's look at it. Oh, where I was going with that, Chris, is that like we'll probably only focus on. I mean, we have so much of our own stuff to get through that I don't imagine that we have a lot of bandwidth to make content out of other stuff. It looks to me like actually the second half of this is just blank on T21. This dumps. This should be Ninja Gaiden 2, we think. I mean, I definitely got the part number right. That doesn't surprise me that it's identical. So Toshiba T5710000D. Yeah, I mean, it's the correct part number. So I'm not really sure what else to try. It's not giving me an error. I'll do a quick cleaning just to do it because I got shit else to do right now. So I'll clean it and do another redump. But again, this thing is 100% of the time giving me errors when there's something wrong with a pin. So I don't expect this to result in anything different. But we'll do it. Also, the pins just look spectacular. They are so shiny. Also, I don't know why Atari would have a legitimate copy of Ninja Gaiden 2. Like, maybe they were pirating it or something. That's right. We okay. Technically, there was one place on the internet that knew about there being a Prime on the Game Gear, and that is, it is a reply on the SMS Power forums about a game called The Godfather, where someone talked to a developer, and that developer told them about Prime on the Game Gear, and that poster was me. So technically, there was one source of there being a Prime on the Game Gear on the internet, and I completely forgot that I ever had that conversation or posted that until I went Googling and found myself talking about it. T21 identical again. Oh, Link's Ninja Gaiden is interesting thought though. But yeah, this is absolutely. I'm pretty sure this is dumped correctly. Link's is a different Atari, so I don't think Tengen supported the Link's at all. No, Tengen was Atari Games. The Link's was Atari Core. I only recently wrapped my head around the difference between the two, so don't feel bad if you don't know. But I'm just gonna look real quick here. Do I have this on screen? I do. Okay. So it looks like it could be tile data. I can't tell. That's just what's on the chip. Cool. I can't believe that people are still watching this in the hundreds. So thank you all. I think we're gonna wrap up. Okay, so it's just a possibly pirated copy of Ninja Gaiden 2. If the first chunks are identical to retail, my guess is that it's just someone at Tengen pirating the game. So not a major loss if it's bad. They might have even burned it wrong at the time. Thank you so much for joining us. We got some good stuff out of this. And I guess it hasn't settled for me. Well, I think the Popples thing is just such a mixed blessing for me, because it's like it's mostly there, but maybe without audio. That's sad. What was the PRG ROM? Did we figure that out? Let me look. Oh, we don't know what the PRG ROM is. That's interesting. So there is unidentified NES code in prg.bin. So I'd be very curious about that. Given the, I don't know what it could be. And the pirating thing, like I said, like that, it's really common, especially in the 16-bit era, because game developers had access to circuit boards that only needed, EPROMs burned to play games, and piracy on the internet started being a thing in the 16-bit days. So I have seen a lot of prototypes, like quote-unquote prototypes, that I evaluated that were just developers using development equipment and downloading games off the internet to play. I think I've gone through 2 like scene releases of Mario Paint on like developer boards that were like submitted as prototypes. So super common to find that, and I think it's kind of an interesting little side note about really observing the objects that we preserve and understanding their context and everything. It's like, no, that's just people who like video games pirating video games. Kind of funny you mentioned Einstein 951. You mentioned the Simon Y prototype of Sonic 2. We found the Simon Y prototype of Sonic 2 in Atari's hard drive data that we pulled these other Genesis games from. It's not in here because it's literally byte for byte identical to the well-known prototype, but it was in there, and it's kind of fun to see an old friend with like intact file dates from 1992. It was like August 21st or something like that. I don't know what's up with the Ninja Gaiden, but I think simplest explanation takes it, which is it's just a pirated copy. Because we have no reason to think there was any Tengen affiliation. That's a good point. It could be Tengen reverse engineering newer mapper chips. Maybe. But I'm not aware of Tengen using anything but Rambo ever, unless they were like licensing from someone else, maybe. So I kind of doubt that. But cool. I think we're probably done here. Anything last minute? I'll give you guys a minute while I sip water. Otherwise, we'll say goodbye. Maybe you did miss the PC Engine Proto. It is off the wall. And I don't know if it's complete or not. I don't know if anyone's bothered assembling any of these yet, but it is based on the graphics, it's definitely off the wall. Does that mean we can get a file date for Simon Y Beta? No, it means we can get a file date for someone at Tengen converting Sonic to Simon Y to their format for burning chips, which is not useful information, but I believe it's if you want to look. I think it was last night in the Hidden Palace Discord. I just threw it in there. The zip file. I believe it was August 21st or something like that, which doesn't mean anything. It's just the date that Tengen converted the scene release. 820, thank you. Other protos I was hoping in the chips world, sure. All kinds of Tengen stuff is lost still, but Popples was my biggest hope, and it looks like we might have it. I'll have to look into whether the music's actually in there or not, if it's maybe an incomplete game. But maybe the music's in this mystery PRG ROM that we don't know anything about. Cool. I'm going to wrap it up there. You guys, thank you so much for watching. And I was going to say something like, we'll do this again sometimes. I don't know when... the concept of getting a pile of mystery EPROMs it's happened 4 times in my life, and we've streamed 3 of them. So I don't know if we'll be able to do this exact kind of stream again, but what I'll wrap up saying is that this really was a record year for the Foundation in all kinds of ways. Launching the library was a really, really huge deal for us, and this was the year that everything really kind of came together, and we focused so much of the year on not just building out the library, but demonstrating it and stuff like that, and so we're really looking forward to next year. What is next year? No idea. And that's exactly where I want to be right now. We use every December as our kind of big annual fundraiser to figure out where we are for next year. And the fact that we just you all completely crushed our fundraiser means that we are in very, very good shape going into next year. And we're looking maybe even to expand our team. We're in that good shape, TBD on that. But yeah, really good year. Really looking forward to next year. Everyone got December 25th. We're debuting the video essay that I did on the making of the NES, and I know that seems like a story you've heard a million times, but I promise this will reframe the whole thing for you, unless you've been a freak who has gone to every one of my convention talks this year, in which case most of this might not be new for you. But December 25th, tune in. You will absolutely learn something about the NES and think about it differently. Cool. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, and we'll see you around. We'll see you next time. So long, etc. Do I have a thanks for watching? I do. Here it comes.